morning สวัสดีครับ
Good morning สวัสดีค่ะ
Good morning Professor Zhu Jing our keynote speaker Chiang Mai University Vice President Professor Dr. พงษ์รัตน์ศรีบัณฑิตมงคล Associate Dean Dr. ไพรัตน์พิบูลรุ่งโรจน์ Professor Fahad Tajiseri History Professor Shosein Yamahata Honorable Speakers Distinguished guests Ladies and gentlemen, Chiang Mai School of Economics is very pleased and honored you to the 8th Asian Economic Development International Conference 2019. First and foremost, please let us introduce ourselves. I'm Bandit Pinudong.
And I'm นัฐการชุ่มสวัสดิ์
We are from the Chiang Mai School of Economics. We are honored to be the master of ceremony for today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us for 5 minutes before we officially start. In the meantime, Ms. Nathakan will inform some arrangement for today's conference.
The opening ceremony is held from this moment to 9 a.m. After that, our keynote speakers, Professor Zhu Jing, will deliver her speech on the topic, Agricultural Policy and Food Security in China, starting on 9 to 10 a.m. Then, please take a refreshment break for 30 minutes. We'll start the panel discussion on 10 a.m. This year, we received the honored opportunity from two distinguished guests, Dr. Professor Fahad and Professor Yamahata. They're going to discuss on the theme related to the important issues for Asian economic development, emphasizes on energy security and economic security. The lunchtime is held on noon to 1 o'clock. The afternoon parallel sessions will start after lunch at 1 p.m. There will be 2 parallel sessions running from today's afternoon and tomorrow. You may check the presentation schedule from the TV screen outside the room. Please feel free to attend any session according to your own interest. In case you have inquiries or needs further detail, please ask our staffs.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the School of Economics, Chiang Mai University, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the guests to the 8th AED International Conference 2019. This year we come up on the theme Sustainable Development Goal, Make the Impact. According to your Thai supporting, the AED conference has been holding for 8 years. As you obviously perceive, all of us expect for the excellent outcome and wish this conference will present at a good stage for the robust discussion. As you obviously be acknowledged, the dynamic of economic condition, environment deterioration, climate change, and the demographic transition expose the risk to the economic development. I'm truly confident the awakening on the current problem bring us together. Hopefully, you will utilize your expertise and freely share your idea and have pleasant moments throughout this conference.
Distinguished guests, today's conference couldn't happen without supporting from this person. Please give a big applause welcoming Dr. Phairat Pibul Rungrod, Associate Dean of Faculty of Economics, Chiang Mai University.
Vice President of Chiang Mai University, Professor Dr. Pongrat Sibandit Mongkol. First of all, it is my great honor to represent the committee of the 8th International Conference on Economic Development, or AED 2019. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank Chiang Mai University for the continuous support for the International Conference on the Asian Economic Development for the last 7 years. AED Conference was founded to support the vision of Chiang Mai University as well as the vision of the Faculty of Economics. The AED Conference aimed to provide a solid foundation to promote research excellence in the field of economic development for Chiang Mai University by attracting world-class researchers and also emerging young scholars to present their current research, share ideas, and discuss their potential research collaboration. In the past 7 years, AED conference has been a driving force to take Chiang Mai University and the Faculty of Economics becoming a leading academic institute in the fields of economic development at the international stage. And this is the 8th year of the AED, and the theme of this year is Towards Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, Make the Impact. The committee believes that SDG is a heart of socio-economic development, not only in Asia but also at the global issue. And this year has reached the next level of becoming a world-class international conference. And I would like to present 3 key highlights of the conference as following. First, this year we are highly honored to have Professor Xu Jing from Nanjing Agricultural University as a keynote speaker. Professor Xu Jing will give a keynote speech on the topic of agricultural policy and food security in China in this morning. Second, this year we have in total 23 presentations in various fields such as agriculture, investment, trade, logistics, tourism, and economic development within but not limited to the scope of SDG. Lastly, AED has welcomed leading researchers around the world from not only Asia but also from other regions, including China, Japan, Malaysia, United Kingdom, Iran, and also India. According to these 3 highlights, we strongly believe that the AED 2019 will be key driving force to Chiang Mai University to become truly University of Excellence, especially in research. We hope that with the hard work as well as dedicated effort, passion of the organizing committee, the AED 2019 will achieve not only the goals of Chiang Mai University but also becoming international event in the field of economic development. And finally, on behalf of the conference committee, I would like to thank Chiang Mai University for the great support of the AED conference from the beginning until now, and hope that university will keep supporting us and this conference in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paivat. Thank you, Dr. Paivat Pibunumrod, for your speech. Next, we are now coming with the ceremony with the welcome remarks by the Vice President of Chiang Mai University, Professor Dr. Phongrak Sibandit Mongkot. Please give him a warm welcome.
Professor Jung Jing, our keynote speaker from Nanjing Agricultural University, China. Keynote speakers, invited speakers, all professors and all delegates from academic and private sector that join this conference. On behalf of Chiang Mai University, I'm very pleased to support the International Conference on Asian Economic Development, or AED. Chiang Mai University believes that this conference will be a driving force to promote Chiang Mai University as a University of Excellence, especially in advanced research with impact on the regional and global scale. Chiang Mai University is pleased that AED conference has been a strong academic platform, not only for academics in Thailand, but also around the world. The university is happy to promote and support this conference further, as Dr. Paivat mentioned. And with this participant of the world leading researcher in this room, in the field of economic development, the conference could be the hub of knowledge in this field. Chiang Mai University, actually with the age of 55 years, we play an important role for the development of these regions of the northern part of Thailand. With our 55 years of age, we produce more than 200,000 graduates working worldwide in the nation. 80% of our graduates, our students, came from the northern part of Thailand. That means we are an important part of regional development. With our 55 years of age, we produce more than 10,000 publications and more than 12,000 citations. Not only that, the number of graduates and number of research publications, we also many of our faculty staff also work with government personnel to work on the national strategies. So I think in terms of regional or economic development, Chiang Mai University play an important role in that field. We believe that the collaboration between education institutes, not only Chiang Mai University but also many universities in northern part of Thailand, that we work as a network, and also private sector in these regions will be the good collaboration to work on the research and development in these regions. So I would like to thank the scientific committees, the administrative committees, and staff who work tirelessly to make this conference meet the international standard and extend research collaboration. Also would like to again thank our keynote speakers, our panelists, and our speaker. And I wish all of you enjoy the conference. And if you have time that you come from other country, please enjoy our Lana culture in Chiang Mai City. I declare the conference officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Phongrat, for your opening speech. Professor Phongrat, please remain on the stage for the next appreciate moments. Next, on behalf of the Chiang Mai School of Economics, we have some token of appreciation for distinguished speakers. Distinguished speakers, when your name has announced, please come up on the stage and receive a token of appreciations from the Chiang Mai University Vice President. The distinguished speaker name list as follows. Firstly, please give a big applause for Professor Du Jing from Nanjing Agricultural University. Thank you, Professor Du Jing. Next one, please give applause to Professor Fahad Tashisade Hersri from Waseda University. Finally, please warm welcome to Professor Shosein Yamahata from Aichi Gakuin University.
Thank you, Professor Pongrak, Professor Zhu Jing, and distinguished speaker. This is such a memorable moment. For this special occasion, may I invite all the distinguished guests, as well as the executive of the Chiang Mai School of Economics, joining us for a memorable group photo. Distinguished guests, please come up on stage.
Sure, everyone looking forward to attending the incoming speech. This year is us an honor for having a prominent professor as our keynote speaker.
First, I would like to introduce a brief autography and academic records of our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker, Professor Zhu Jing, is Professor and Dean of College of Economics and Management, Nanjing Agricultural University, China. She obtained her PhD from NAU, then joined the International Food Policy Research Institute of the CGIAR. Professor Zhu's research areas include agricultural and rural development, food security, and international trade. She has published widely in leading academic journals, both the China and international journal. She received a series of awards for research achievements. For her profession, she served as consultant to several international organizations, such as the FAO and the World Bank. Be a member of the Global Future Council on Food Security and Agriculture of the World Economic Forum. Being the member of the Board of Trustees of the ILRI CGIAR. She is currently appointed as Chiang Scholar Chair Professor by the Ministry of Education of China, being the chairperson of the Agricultural and Forestry Economics and Management Disciplinary Appraisal Committee of the State Council Academic Commission of China, member of the Expertise Advisory Committee of the Ministry of Agriculture of China, and the member of the National People's Congress of China.
From her outstanding academic performance and her international recognized awards, now we have a great occasion for attending her live speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Zhu Jing.
Vice President, dear Vice Dean, dear colleagues and friends, it is really my great pleasure to have the opportunity to be invited here to attend this 8th Asian Economic Development Conference. And I have the pleasure of talking here about the food security and agricultural policies in China. It works much better. Yeah, thank you. Well, you probably have noticed that I have this pin on my seat. Yeah, because this is the Sustainable Development Goal, which is the theme, I think, for this conference. which I'm very glad to talk about some of the Chinese experience in that regard. So today, I'm going to share with you agriculture policy and food security in China. As you know, that China is a country of more than 5,000 years of civilization, especially in that of agricultural sector. And the total area, the cultivated land in China is 135 million hectares. But although that seems to be a large size of arable land, we have agricultural household of more than 258 millions. And that will translate into very, very small fragments of agriculture plots. With that much of small households, how can China achieve its food security? Well, I copied this PowerPoint from the Vice President of Ministry of Agriculture in China while he was delivering a keynote speech at WTO last year, while I was also there to deliver another speech. I think that is the most concise way to summarize the achievements that have been achieved after 40 years of China's opening up in agriculture. And the biggest achievement in agriculture in China is we use 9% of the world cultivated land and 6.4% of the global fresh water to solve the problem of 20% of people of food security. And that is the most important achievement of China. So I would like to review a little bit of the food security status in China and stress more on the policies to achieve food security in China in the last 60 or even 70 years, and especially those years after the opening up of China after 1978. And then, of course, I will share with you some of the thoughts, especially the challenges and what is ahead of us, the future perspective. Okay, first of all, the food security status. Of course, China is one of the countries with the largest population, and here I kind of randomly, but not exactly randomly, I asked my assistant to choose some of the countries for a comparison. And here is China. We have the country area that is pretty large, and then Brazil, which is less in this country size, but much fertile in its land, and then India, with its land about 1/3 of that of China, but with the cultivated land even much more than that in China, and also your dear country of Thailand as well, the population and the country area. And then let's come to some of the African regions in Kenya. The purpose of showing all these countries' comparison is to show the conditions that China is facing with its food security challenges. While we look at the total population, of course China is the most, while that of the Thailand seems to be, and the Kenya seems to be at the bottom. But for the arable land, the Indian actually jump up as the first, and the China ranked the second. But what makes most sense is the arable land per capita in the 5 countries. And we can see actually China ranks the least in this chart. And actually it is declining its per capita resources. Of course, if we would like to have a comparison of the percentage of the natural resources as China is endowed, China is only 1/4 of that of Brazil, and half of that of Kenya, and about 1/3 that of Thailand in terms of per capita sense. Okay, and if we look at the water resources, although China's water resources is abundant in its absolute overall terms, of course less than Brazil, it looks pretty good. But
If we look at the per capita renewable resources, that would be different story. China ranks very little in the 5 countries. Okay, so giving that in mind, you can understand perfectly how food security has been a great concern in the Chinese people. And in many people's mind, especially in those elderlies, the painful memory of the famine in the 1940s and most recent in the late 1950s and 1960s are stick in the minds of people in China. And during the famine of 1950 to 61, the unofficial number, but we believe that would be the case, would be the deaths of more than 30 million people. Of course, you can argue whether that's the deaths of the people who is there, who was already there, or the reduce of the birth rate of the people who should be born during that period. On the right side of that PPT, I show you the pyramid of population in China. You can see a kind of gap over there of the 50s, the people around the age of 50s and the people around the age of 30. And that gaps has been the result of 2 reasons. One is the famine back in the 1950s and 60s, and that translates into also another generation of their offspring, and also the one-child policy which took place in the early 1980s. So we have a kind of gap of population. Also, that kind of gap translates into the food demand differences, the unsmooth development of demand of food in China as well. But what I would like to say is that kind of painful memories is not psychologically painful. It also translates into a lot of social and economic problems in the future as well. Okay, but what we would like to stress is improvement after, especially the opening up of 1979, that the consumption of all different kind of food have been improved tremendously. A few example would be the meat has been improved since 1960s to the 2015. The improvement would be more than 15 times. And the vegetables and the horticultural products, dairy products and the vegetable oil and the other products have been increased about double digits. So that's very, very remarkable. That is the food supply quantity per capita year in China versus that of the world. And one can see very clearly the red one is China. And the dark blue one is the world average. In most of the food categories, China is picking up very quickly. And for some of the food categories, China has been above the world average. Of course, there is still a lot of potential for China to develop further compared with those developed nations. Okay, if we compare in the terms of energy intake of the food, in that sense, we can see that China has improved tremendously. And from, I should say, from during those years, I think it's from the early 1960s to that of the 2013, China has doubled its per capita food intake in terms of energy, while the world average has improved around 30%. Okay, and in terms of the food security, in whatever dimension of the concept, food availability and the food accessibility, etc., in all the dimensions, China's rank has been picking up, and it's way above the world average. Okay, so all these achievements has been made during the past 40 to 50 years. And what are the driving forces behind it? And what are the measures taken to achieve that during that half centuries? Well, And I would like to just mention the policies to achieve the food security in the following aspects. One is the policies for the promotion of domestic production. The other is policies regarding the international trade. So for the domestic production, we can see that actually China has increased its per capita consumption of food, especially grain. Because in China, grain is equivalent to food in the past decades, because grain is the major staple food in China. And the output of grain has increased to triple since the 1950s. And the increase is so remarkable, and we can see that ever since 2004, there was 12 years of consecutive rising of the output. And for other products, meat, fruits, vegetables, the increase would be even more. As I have mentioned, the consumption of meat has been increased by 15 times. And actually the production has been increased by more than 6 times as well. So boost the domestic production is the number one most important achievement and most important factor contributed to the food security status in China. That's the number one. But for boosting domestic production, it is not really the thing. It needs a lot of policies behind it. How to encourage people and to facilitate people to produce more, especially to produce more grain. And it has been a predominantly important target and a policy set by the government that the self-sufficiency rate of grain should be more than 95%, which could be translated into less than 5% of imports for grain. So that is a national policy for many, many years. Okay, so that has been put out by the State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China, and that had been put forth in the year of 1995. Although actually the policy goal is always there, it's in the 1996 that it has been put forward by the State Council so explicitly. Why is that? Because that has a background of, I think, a sensational paper published in 1995 by Lesser Brown, Who Will Feed China? So in that paper, Lesser Brown predict that China will buy out the world in grain because of the degradation of the environmental situation of food production in China, as well as the population growth and the income growth and demand growth. And it forecasts that China will have to import from the world, and all the other parts of the world, especially those who are poor and rely on the imports of food, will face high price because of China's import. So the Chinese kind of released to the world that, well, who will feed China? China will feed China. So that kind of statement has been put very explicitly that we will achieve 95% of self-sufficiency. Well, how to do that? All kinds of different policy tools have been used. They are in these 3 categories, if I could put it shortly. The first category is institutional reform. The other is investment in agricultural technology. And in the most recent years, to tax agriculture to support agriculture. Okay, first of all, institutional reform. Many of you might be familiar with the household responsibility system which took place after the China's opening up. That was 1978. Before 1978, the institutional arrangement of agricultural production in China is a kind of commune farming or collective farming. People went to the farm fields together and worked together and received shared output. And it lacks the incentive for individuals to put a lot of effort in the fields, because everyone can't have a very equal sharing, no matter how much you have contributed to the production. So with that kind of system, farmers lack the incentive to produce more, and the government procure all the output with a kind of regulated price, which is very, very low. The reason for setting a very low price for procure those agricultural products is to transfer all of those agricultural surplus to the industrial sector at that time, especially in the 1950s and 70s, 50s and 60s, because that is the period that China wanted to industrialize its economy and have no accumulation in the past, but only rely on agriculture products to export to the outside world to gain the foreign exchange, and rely on the low price of agricultural products to feed the workers in the industrial sector to keep the low production cost in industrial sector. Well, so the supply is very, very limited because of the low incentives and the low price as well. And the demand, of course, the demand is much, much more than the supply. And what to do? The ration system was at that time. And even for me, I still remember very clearly at my childhood that everything, I mean food, is rationed. We have a kind of quota for the wheat and for the rice and for the bean curd, I mean the soya bean, and for, of course, meat, oil, everything. Everything is rationed. It's rationed to ensure that everyone will have kind of subsistence amount of supply food. But not many people, I should say most of the people cannot eat till you're full. You are just half full, or you just avoid dying because of hunger. Okay, so that is the situation back before 1978. Of course, the price is controlled low, of course. Even in the cities, well, I was born in the cities, and actually, if in terms of price, the food is very low, I would like to buy as much as I can because the price is not that much, but we are not allowed to because everything is rationed. Okay, so during that time, we can say that the measurement is the compulsory procurement and rationing at an administrative low price under the planned economy and the communist system. And farmers are not allowed to sell their products on the market for higher prices. No, it is not. Every single piece of the grain should be sold to the government at those low price. Okay, so that is the situation before 1978. And after 1978, there is the famous institutional reform, which we call household responsibility system. And the farming system has been changed from collective farming to household responsibility system. And the household is given a piece of land for use right. You do not have the ownership right, but you have the user right, which you are responsible for delivering a portion of your output as a compulsory procurement, but you can also kind of sell to the market or a guided price by the government, a half market one, at a much higher price. And the more you produce, the more you can sell off or out of your procured quota. So that kind of organization in reform gave greater incentive to the farmers, and it is provided by output-related reward system and various household responsibility system. It's a kind of family farming in some sense. Of course, the detailed categories of the organizational format is diversified, but it all have the similar characteristics of the individual incentive and the individual reward out of your own effort pot. Okay, so the production has been greatly promoted, and that calls for the reform of the marketing system. Because in the past, it's the government which procure most of the products for grain, for other things, cotton and oil seed and everything. And then the market reform actually took place in the distribution sector as well. So the reform has taken place from the central plant distribution to the market system as well. In year 1985, there is still the two-track purchasing system going on. It's an improvement from the central purchasing system, but it's still not that great because it's a kind of two-track system. Many of it were procured by the government as a compulsory one, and the other part, the extra one, are on the market or semi-market. By the 1990s, 30% of those distribution has been done by the private operators. So that is a great change. And 70% by the government enterprises, but these are enterprises, although run by the government, but have a business profit orientation in their mind. So what we call is the semi-business-like government entities. Okay. In 1998, there was a setback of the market orientation reform because of the oversupply of the grains, because of the overproduction of the grain. The supply actually is over the demand. Remember what we have said, that the government issued the 95% of self-sufficiency in 1996 because of the 1995 paper release, Who Will Feed China. So there is a kind of incentive and a kind of order of each local provinces to produce as much grain as possible, and it led to a kind of oversupply and a low price of agricultural products, especially those of grain. So at that time, the Premier issued a kind of three policy to work against the overall supply and low policy that took place in 1996. It kind of isolate the market of grain from the market system by saying that the government will procure those grain at higher price and sell them at an even higher price to the city dwellers. And those kind of system doesn't work very well during that time, and actually it failed after some 6 months or so. And they come back to the market system. And at the year of 2004, I should say, this is a very important year because the market system actually has been set up during that period, and it is also the time that the agricultural market is integrated nationally as well. And it is that year that China began to reduce the taxation of agriculture for farmers and start the substitution or the support for agricultural production. Okay, so as a summary for the institutional reform after 1979, we should say it's the household responsibility system, and the price has been raised, and the two-track market system has been initiated in the beginning, and then it comes to the full integration of the market nationally. And the organizational reform provided a great incentive to the farmers as well. Okay. And then institutional reform is very important, but it just unleashed the incentive of the farmers to produce more, to put more inputs into their production. But if without technology improvement, that kind of improvement of the yield will kind of stop. But in China, a lot of effort has been on investment in agriculture and technology. The R&D, the infrastructure, as well as the inputs has been emphasized by the Chinese government in terms of promoting of grain production. We all know that the development of biotechnology is so important for the yield improvement in grain production. And we all know the Green Revolution. But in China, we also know that the Green Revolution for China actually started even earlier than that in the world at large. Especially we have the dwarf and the semi-dwarf varieties, which is a hybrid rice, in which increase the production of rice tremendously. And also, China is very active in the study and research on GM crops and etc. Of course, the extension of improved farming practices have been greatly encouraged, and public investment in irrigation, in roads, in transportation and storage of facilities is massive. And increased supply of modern inputs, and sometimes is subsidized, is also very much encouraged. Okay, and the widely spread of machinery services to individual farmers, all this have been very much emphasized as investment in agriculture, technological advancement. Okay, and the government spending on agriculture R&D has been improving steadily, and in the 1978, there's only 44 billion RMB devoted from the government solely in agriculture R&D, which is about the 0.4% of agriculture GDP if we name it as intensity of agriculture research. And by the year 2015, I think more than 60 times increase in absolute terms for the budgets from the government devoted in agriculture R&D, although the percentage or the intensity of agriculture research is not that great, but absolute terms, it is a great improvement. And I think in the future, more and more funds and government spendings will be in these areas as well. And for the TFP growth from 1985 to 2004, there's been 3% annual average TFP growth, with the yield increase be achieved by the breeding, fine variety, soil improvement, cropping management, climate protection, etc. A lot of effort has been made to make sure that there will be yield increase, there will be more land which is improved for soil, for better soil and for a higher yield. Okay, and in the recent years, I should say, in the past decade, and especially nowadays, more and more effort has been put on the second round of institutional reform. It is what we call from taxation to support. Before 2004, each farmer, although it is household responsibility system, the farmers have a lot of incentive. Farmers is faced with agricultural tax, all kinds of tax, production tax, soil tax, and sale tax, whatever. And from 2004, there is diminish of the level of tax, come to zero. And actually, since 2004, not only the agriculture tax is removed, the government began to subsidize agricultural production. First, in the form of the direct subsidy in agriculture machinery, and then the agriculture input subsidy, especially for those fine varieties. So there's a separate category of subsidy, which is fine variety seed subsidy, and to promote the production of grain. And production direct subsidy. And the reason for this is because of the pretty low price, especially in grain, the farmers lack the incentive to produce a grain. They like to produce something that is more cash crop oriented, but food security is such an important goal, and the government would like to give whatever they can to encourage farmers to produce more grain. So all kinds of subsidies or support has been rendered to the farmers to encourage them to produce more grain. And since 2004, there is minimum purchase price for rice and wheat. And then in 2008, there is temporary storage price for maize and soybean. Actually, this kind of price are actually protection price. Yet that means if the market price fall below the protection price or the minimum price or the temporary storage price, whatever it's called, the government would promise to procure those products from farmers at those protective prices. And in 2011-2012, the temporary storage price, which is a higher price for the purpose of protection, has been extended for cotton and sugar as well. Okay, but that is the policy without some new challenges, which I will touch upon later on. Okay, and with all this kind of institutional reform, investment in agriculture, infrastructure and R&D, and the agricultural policies, the grain production has been rising for consecutively 12 years, for 2004 to 2016. Okay, so that is the domestic production, which is the core part for China to achieve food security on its own. But China is such a large country with the most population in the world as a country, and as I have also shown you in the beginning, that China is really relatively poor in its natural resources per capita terms for producing agricultural products. So domestic production is important part to achieve food security, but we also need other measures to achieve food security as well. And that is the agriculture international trade. Okay, so I will touch a little bit on that as well. Well, before 1978, trade in agriculture is only an activity conducted as needed. That is to say, when we need trade, we do it. When we want to export, we do it. When we do not want, we don't. And when we think we need to import, we do that. But when we don't, we will not do that. So that's the case, which is, as I put it, as needed. Since 1979 to 1990, it's a due system. It's a kind of control system, and it's a kind of also exploration of the market system. That is to say, to kind of integrate it with the world market to some extent. So it's an exploration of opening up. And since 1992 to 2001, this is a very, very important period, because this is a period that China deepened its reform, accelerate for the opening up. Before the last period, that is China joined the WTO. China joined the WTO at the end of 2001. So ever since 2002, China began to integrate it with the world market fully. Okay, so we will take a look at what happened very briefly during this period. So before the reform, actually, the trade level is very, very low. It's almost negligible. And in fact, we know that at the time, the per capita production consumption in China is very, very low, and people can barely fill their stomach. But China is a great net exporter. It is exporter because agriculture is almost the only sector to be able to earn some foreign exchange. So agriculture becomes a sector of foreign exchange owner, and the statistics show that 70% of its foreign exchange has been earned by the export of agricultural products. And at that time, it's the grain in most cases. And then in 1979 to 2091, the agriculture trade has been growing in volume, and we can see the comparative advantage of China's agricultural production is showing up because of the intensity of agricultural labor in the farm sector. So China actually shows its production advantage in what we call the labor-intensive products, like horticultural products, like meat products at that time, and like aquatic products. But China do not have the advantages in what we call the land-intensive products like grain. Okay, But this is the period that China actually it's exploring the opening up of its agricultural products, and China is a net exporter of agricultural products in total. Okay, immediately before China joined WTO, that is the 1990s, there was a fluctuation of agricultural trade during that period. And trade is mostly adjusting to domestic production and consumption. That is to say that China actually used the world market to buffer from the fluctuation of its domestic production. So it's import when the production is not abundant that year, and export when the production is abundant and it has surplus. It sounds pretty good. Although we could witness at that time already that China began to import soybean to a large demand. If you look at that table on the right corner, from 1994 to 2000, the soybean import. The soybean import actually started from 1994 as a net exporter of a kind of 800,000 metric tons to some 10 million imports in the year 2000. So except for the soybean increasing imports as a trend, for all the other products, China just used international market to buffer the fluctuation of domestic production. And it seems that it works pretty well. But in year 2001, the end of that year, China joined WTO. So ever since 2002, China faced a new situation, which is the tariff cut from the 18% in 2001 to 15% in 2016, and now it's less than 15%, of course. And it undergone a period of tarification, that is to say, to establish our tariff rate quota importing system instead of the previous kind of non-tariff one. That is to say, we have to use the tariff measures to buffer from the export. We cannot say, well, we do not want to import. That's not possible. There's only tariffs that you can use to isolate yourself from the world market. Okay, so especially for those very important grain products like wheat, corn, rice, and some other very important agricultural products like sugar, cotton, and wool, we established a tariff quota system which says that there is a certain amount of products that are eligible for very, very low percentage of tariffs if it's within the quota, and there is a higher quota for the imports if it's beyond those quota. Okay, and China promised to reduce export subsidies and state trading, and to cap domestic agricultural support, which is set as 8.5% of agriculture GDP as its AMS. Well, that is very important because remember what we have called that China provided quite a lot of support to its agricultural production, but this kind of clause kind of put a cap on the support measures that China can give. Okay, so this is a tarification reduction of tariffs during the years, just to give you a visual impression of the progress that we have undergone. And this is the TRQs that I have mentioned. Look at the year 2004. This is still what we use. That is to say, there is only 1% of tariff for those kind of wheat, maize, and rice for imports if it's within the tariff, within the quota, and it will be 65 if it's beyond the quota. And this is the quota. Okay. Well, needless to say, we witness a rising increasing of agriculture trade ever since China joined WTO. The increase is dramatic. It's much more than that of the world average during that same period. At the same time, we do see the deficit in its agriculture trade ever since the year 2004. I still remember in the year of 2002 and 2003, while there is saying that we might face excessive imports from the world market because agricultural production in China is not in its advantage because of the very poor natural endowment. The figures tells us that it's okay because we are still a net exporting country. But ever since 2004, look at the red line, China began to see the increasing deficit in its trade balance. And ever since 2009, those kind of net import has been with the grain production or grain trade. And ever since 2011, every single item of agriculture, of grain product witnessed the deficit. Let me see. Okay, at the same time, we also see the increasing reviewed comparative advantage and disadvantage. Look at those products. What are the products that China import most, and what are the products that China export most? It's very clear that the China export mostly the labor-intensive products of vegetables and fruits, and it is still the case today. And China import land-intensive products, cereal and oilseed, and that is also the situation today as well. Okay, and what is the trade position in China in agricultural terms? Well, after China joined WTO, it has advanced its rank of importers in the world. If we do not look at the EU, China actually usually ranks number 1 in its agricultural products in the world. And the share of global agriculture import market for certain products is very prominent. And for soybeans, it's more than 60% of the world agriculture import product. And even for the meat, the increase has been more than 4 times in the world share as well. Of course, China exports more, but its increase of the share in the world market is not at all as that much as the share of its imports. And its position as an exporter in the world is less important as its position of importing. Okay, well, that are the agriculture trade in China. I should say that agriculture in China has greatly facilitated China in its food security status, especially when we recall those deficit of agriculture trade. Of course, we can see a deficit of agriculture trade as the inability of China to export more to the world market, but we also look at that as a supplement of the world resources in terms of land, in terms of water, to increase the food securities in China as well. And there are statistics show that if we combine all the inputs of food in China in terms of the cereal equivalent, and then translate into the arable land that needed to plant those cereals, then it comes up to more than 36% of its total arable land. So agriculture trade contributes significantly to the food security status in China as well. But it's, everything is a blessing, especially for those of international trade, are probably not that simple. The things is complicated. So I would like to give the last 5 or 10 minutes on the challenges and the food and future prospect. Right now, Chinese government is troubled or is challenged with what we call the phenomenon of triple high, which means the high in production, high in imports, and the high in storage. Well, when we say high in production, in the traditional thinking, it should be low in inputs. But unfortunately, we witness both the high of outputs and the high inputs. And needless to say, we have to bear the cost of high storage. And the numbers show that, for example, let me see, the maize, the storage volume would be more than half a year of harvest. And some say it's more than 60%. And it's well above what the FAO recommend of storage level capacity of 17 to 18% of its total total consumption level. So it's way above the rational storage level. So what's the reason behind it? Why do China produce that much and encourage to produce as much as possible, and while import that much, that beyond the level of its consumption? Well, it's really a miss. If we look at the soybean at the right corner, right lower corner, it's a kind of what we call the normal figure, because what you are lacking is what you actually import. But for all the other three, rice, wheat, and the maize, the chart is a little bit strange because we can see that the green bar, the gap is positive, while the net import, the yellow bar, is also positive. So that is a kind of miss. Why do China want to do so? Well, the answer lies here in the comparison of international prices versus of domestic production cost. And we can see from here, the lower chart, that the production cost of China, which is blue here, comparing with the international inputs from the international market, which is red or purple, whatever you call it. And we can see, although back in the early 2000s, the production cost in China is lower than that of the international price, it gradually pick up. And on the other hand, international price experienced downward sliding trend. So there has been a kind of negative price gap between the domestic production cost versus of the international inputs, the CIF price. That is to say, the production price of the overseas farmers plus the freight and insurance. Okay. Look at the cost changes of selected products in China versus that of the US. We can see the production cost in China, which is red, for rice, wheat, maize, soybean, and cotton, has been increased during the 5 years for more than 40 to 50%, a dramatic increase. While that of the US, well, there is modest increase, but increase is only 10% or 20%. And for some products, it's even negative. It's decreasing. So that's why there is such a kind of difference, a negative difference of the price. Okay, besides the triple high phenomenon, the Chinese agriculture and the basis for the food security is also facing the challenge of what we call the double constraint. The first constraint is the amber box measures, the other is environmental degradation. While we say the amber box, remember what we call the 85% cap depicted by the WTO rules, which set a kind of ceiling on how much China can support its agricultural production, especially for the grain production. So even if China would like to do something to help the farmers to produce more effectively, the resources it could render to do that is very limited. It has been constrained by the Amber Box Clause at the WTO. And there's environmental degradation constraint for the Chinese agricultural production as well. Well, people are kind of recalling whether we are faced with a kind of disadvantageous clause in WTO terms. Because if we look at the average of WTO members' tariffs in agriculture, which is 62%, what Chinese is agriculture tariff is only 15%. It's only 1/4 of the world average. And if we look at the tariff hikes of different countries, we can see China is one of the few countries that do not have the tariff hikes. That is to say, no matter what is your sensitive product, even if it's your major staple food, let's say rice or corn or soybean, whatever, you are not allowed to use a higher tariff to protect it. We know some countries, and also some Asian countries, it does not have a very high agricultural tariff in general, but it do put a lot of resources on a higher, much higher, or triple-digit tariff rate on some sensitive product it wants to protect. But for China, no. So some people are complaining that at the time that China was negotiating the WTO terms, and the negotiator actually, and many people as well, did not foresee that someday some of our sensitive product actually needs much more protection or much more isolation measures than actually have been put into the WTO clause. Okay, so for the domestic support, it's the Amber Box that I have mentioned. Actually, these are the clause. I will not elaborate on that, but I want to mention that because of constraint, actually China just lose two cases. One of the cases is what we call the DS 59511, domestic support case, which just which took place, I think, in the end of 2016, and then the final verdict just came out in 2019, I think about half a year ago, and actually China lose case to be, actually the US sued China, saying that China has exceeded its support limits on wheat and on corn and on rice. Okay, that's the case. Well, in the future, of course, China will continue to grow in its demand because of its rising GDP per capita and because of the immigration of the labor from rural area to the urban area. And that's the forecast from many different institutions. And food security has always been a priority of China's policy concern, and it has been stressed once and again, and also by this government as well. But China will continue to pursue the open door policy as always, as we have done for the past 40 years, and we will continue to do so, even if it also gives us a lot of challenges as well, because to import agricultural products, import some food is beneficial for resources as well, not only for China, but for the rest of the world as well. It's a kind of importing virtual water and virtual land. But we should also bear in mind that it is still the China who should produce most of its own food. Because if we kind of do a very simple exercise, not so precise, but just approximate, and let's see that if China achieve a self-sufficiency of 95%, and instead of achieving 95% of food security rate, if we look at other countries or economies, especially those in Asia, look at their self-sufficiency of their cereal, if we would like to mimic their import quantity, and we can see that will translate into about 100% of self-sufficiency, 98. That is to say, those other economies or countries who could rely mostly on the international market for food security is because the absolute number of the imports from the market is not that much. In using that number, it means that China should achieve 98% to 100% of its self-sufficiency. And in another word, if China would like to take the self-sufficiency rate of those economies as its self-sufficiency rate of food, then it would be a different story. Okay, so the way that China could use the international market as well as use it safely and don't put too much pressure on the international market means that China have to rely on itself for food production. But because of the production cost in China is rising, and it will mean the challenges of importing growing as well as output growing at the same time, in the future, the main task of China's grain production and food security would be to improve the agriculture competitiveness, cut down production cost, and reform the domestic support policy at the same time. Of course, the way of production should be toward sustainable agriculture instead of putting too much chemicals, fertilizers, pesticides into the field just to achieve higher production output. Okay, with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I thank you very much for your patience. Thank you. Should there be question and answers, or should others?
Yes, there will be a question.
Okay.
Thank you for your speech, Professor Jing. Your speech is obviously expanding our horizons and illustrate interesting insights detail of the China's food security policies. And now it's time for questions. In case you have questions, please inform your name and your affiliate before starting question.
From Chiang University Professor Jing Chu, can you please say something on the ongoing trade conflict between China and United States? Do you foresee that the trade conflict will be resolved in the next 2-3 years or continue on? And would it have an implication for the flow of trade? Changing flow of trade, because you mentioned about import of product China made with respect to the world. That was in the previous situation, but now many people would really like to understand, because China is a big country and the import will change a lot in terms of development in agriculture. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for this very, very important question. The U.S.-China trade tensions gives a lot of thinking. It definitely affects agriculture sector as well. Unlike the other sectors, the agriculture sector between U.S. China is a kind of bargaining chip from the side of the Chinese because we are net importer of agricultural products from United States, especially the soybean. And more than, I should say, probably 6% of U.S. soybean exported to China. But for China, I think now is only 1/3 of our import of soybean is from U.S. Although the absolute number, is big. For the trade negotiation at large, it's dangerous to predict because you will never know what Trump will tweet the next day. But from the side of the Chinese, and I think most of the scholars and Chinese people would believe that we always would like to have talks with the other party, always ready to reach compromise if the deal is beneficial for both sides. But I think most of the Chinese, most of the scholars, including me and my colleagues, we always have the feeling that this is also be regarded, and it should be regarded as a turning point for China to think twice of its strategy. In the past, we have an open economy that's good, but sometimes we rely too much on the openness in both imports and exports, and especially for the imports, the concentration rate of the sources of the imports is very high. Although we have realized it might not be that great, but the incentive to change the situation, to change the high concentration rate, is not that strong. And for the export, it's the same thing. And I think many are thinking, well, we should like to be concentrate more on doing our own things better. That is to say, instead of, for example, for export, instead of relying too much on the demand from outside China, why not we tap the potential of the domestic demand to give more incentives for domestic production? So in recent years, a lot of investment has been on the rural areas. A lot of emphasis has been on to increase the income of the middle income people and to increase the number of the people who could join the team of the middle income troop. These are all the measures that China will take in the future. And for the inputs, China is also thinking of, one, to invest more on its own corn science, what we say the basic science, because in the future, in the past, it's much more efficient to just import what is needed instead of investing in R&D and to employ a lot of scientists to do the basic research without knowing what time those would be the applicable technology. But now is the turning point that from the government and from the enterprises, they realize the need that you should invest for the future and for the safety of your own sustainability of future development. And second, to diversify your market. And in terms of agriculture, I think China has begun and will continue to do that more forcefully of diversifying its market in terms of both imports and export. So the One Belt, One Road, the countries outside the Northern American regions have been greatly emphasized. Although sometimes it means that more preparation work, more pre-investment need to be carried out. China has no hesitation to doing that. So I think for this trade war, of course, nobody would think it's a good thing, but we should always be able to learn some good things from something that is not so good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation. I have a question. Several studies in the literature, including one of my recent works, shows that there is a significant co-movement between energy security and food security. In other words, fossil fuel energy price fluctuation have significant impact on agricultural commodities prices. So I have two questions. First of all, I'm interested to know if you are considering energy prices in your studies of food security. Secondly, if there is any, because you are talking about, Chinese national strategies, policies for improving the energy, for improving the food security. Is there any plan, is there any national plan, a strategy in China for shifting from fossil fuel-oriented food production? Because in primary production, in secondary production, China, like many other countries, relying on fossil fuel, for shifting to more greener energy resources, renewable and so on. I'm interested to know about.
Yeah, thank you for the question. These are very important questions as well. Let me take your first question, the relationship between the food security as well as energy security, because they are so much interrelated. Yeah, as far as we observe, I think people realize it's a close relationship most intensely during the world food crisis back in 2007-2008, because that was the time when the what we call the bioenergy or the biofuel is at its peak, and people would kind of attribute much of the high prices during that period to the increase of biofuel policies in US, in Brazil, and in many countries. And China actually at that time was doing that as well. So there is a close relationship of the energy and the food price. And the biofuel is one of the important linkages. Of course, another linkage is the agriculture inputs, like could be chemicals and fertilizers, etc. But in China, I think the government will try to decouple the linkages of these two things in the way that biofuel policies in China is a policy on and off, I should say. It is on when the Chinese government witnessed a kind of oversupply of grain, and it would like to find alternative usage for those excessively produced grain. I should say, for example, as I have mentioned, in year 1998, there was oversupply of grain and low price, and that was the time the Chinese government is thinking of doing some biofuel projects. But during the year 2007-2008, while there were still biofuel plants going on, the Chinese government just called stop of those biofuel programs and the projects. And recently, it has also been some saying that some of the biofuel plants is running again because of the high storage of maize, and which has been stored there for more than a year, and that could only be used for biofuel than any other purposes for food. So it's an on and off initiative just to kind of resolve the fluctuation of the oversupply and short supply, something. So it's not totally commercialized. And for the price linkage between the agricultural inputs of chemicals, etc., with that of agricultural production, as I have mentioned, in China, the Chinese government provided subsidies for agricultural inputs, including machinery, including other agricultural subsidies for the agricultural inputs. And that is to offset the rising price of those energy-related chemicals. So the Chinese government, I think, in my understanding and in our observation, try to decouple the linkages of the energy price fluctuation with that of the agricultural production. And I would also like to add that during the for the last few slides, which we can see that there is a very sharp increase of agricultural production cost in China. And that is not due to the chemical inputs or the energy consumption, that because of the labor cost. Because the labor costs have been rising very rapidly due to the migration of people from rural area to urban area, as well as the demographic change of the population itself. So that adds to the increase of the production cost. So, but the use of chemical products actually is a problem because the linkage of the high energy price and the agricultural inputs has been decoupled. The farmers have no incentive to reduce the amount of chemical products. And in fact, they use more and more and more chemical inputs to boost their yield. So that becomes a problem. And that also relates to your second question, whether the Chinese should gear toward more sustainable agriculture. And that's very important because people now notice that the environmental degradation is a problem. And much of the problem is a result of the overuse of chemicals. Because farmers believe the more chemicals are used, the higher the output. Is it the case? Well, we all know that the additional input of chemicals will produce additional outputs, but it's not linear. And I can give you one number, which I think is a very demonstrable number. From 1978 to 2013, the output of grain has been increased by 2x, from 300 million metric ton to 600 million metric ton approximately, 2x. But the fertilizer, the chemical fertilizer application during that period, in terms of the nitrogen content, has been increased by 7 times. From 8 million metric tons to 59 metric tons. So that explains all. That means much of the input in chemical has been wasted. And those waste has been land, has been in water, and has damaged the health of the people. So there are, as you have mentioned, the Chinese government realized this problem. I think ever since year 2016, there was government regulations and government targets to reduce the application of the chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides, what we call the zero growth program. And the application of fertilizer, the total amount of chemical fertilizer and pesticides should not be growth. There should be no growth of that. And the application is encouraged to be less and less. And grain production is promoted. But we now face the problem of how to give the farmers incentive to do that. A lot of subsidy has been devoted, but the detailed measures is not that encouraging. So I think there is still a lot of effort that need to be taken on, and we also would like to learn from good experiences from other countries as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much again, Professor Zhu Jing. Professor Zhu Jing, thank you very much for a very informative and, in a sense, the full story of China, where it has come from and where it is today. So it's an amazing story. Mine is a related question in the sense that, where things are moving on genetically modified agricultural products and what impact that might or might not have. And the changing lifestyle. As countries become more urbanized, the whole notion of healthy lifestyles, the use of less carbohydrates in their diet, the growth of the organic movement and the vegan movement, which is having a big impact in Western markets. How do you see that playing out in what is a very large market in China? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. That our question is very forward-looking. Well, for the GM products, I should say that Chinese have a kind of mixed feeling toward it. For the consumers, many of the consumers have a kind of skeptical attitude toward it, and there are some evidence from one side, and then there are some noises from other side. So different people have different ideas. And for ordinary people, the media will play an important role. And usually it's always the negative stories that capture most of the attention. But the scientists sometimes voices their opinions, but the scientists have different opinions among themselves as well. But scientifically, there is no evidence showing the negative impact yet. So there's a kind of confusion, I should say, for ordinary consumers. So there are a lot of studies on the willingness to pay for the consumers as to how they would like to receive all those GM products. One of the good example is I should say, the cooking oil. The oil is made from the soybeans imported from mostly US, and they are the GM soil. And some of the supermarkets would brand their oil as non-GM oil, while the other do not. So there are studies carried out to try to find whether people would like to pay some premium on the non-GM claimed oil. It's very interesting that while people would claim that they would like to pay premium for the non-GM oil, but at the supermarket you will see that it is the lower price that get most of the sale. So I should say from the consumer, the feeling is mixed. And for the producer, and the story we get is the producer kindly would like to have the GM planted because it saves money, saves labor, and saves a lot of effort. If it is allowed, and if the non-GM cannot guarantee them higher prices. For soybean in China, it is strictly regulated in northern part of China, which is the main area for soybean production. That's only the non-GM soybean is planted because that are the soybean for the daily food, not for the oil. So farmers are supposed to plant those non-GM soybean. But because it's very difficult to tell in your eyes, in your naked eyes, on whether it's a non-GM or GM. So there are rumors that some farmers actually bought some GM seeds and planted. There's some saying about it, of course. We would like to believe that the regulations are there. So although the farmers actually would like to do that, I don't think they will not have the channel to do that. But that tells the most important thing is how can tell the difference of different products. And that also related to your second question, the movement of the customer's preference of greener, safer food. The customer, many of the city customers, especially those with higher income, would like to consume safer, environmental more friendly, and more friendly to their health as well products. But most difficult thing is how can you tell it? Of course, you can say brand or certification or whatever, but sometimes it's not a guarantee And there are always stories saying, well, when CMIT certified something, it's actually mass production result, and it's not at all like that. So we have always seen some brands setting up, and then there are counterfeit, and there is certification proved to be not that valid, and then it just ruined. So the consumer would not trust those brands that much. And they would rather trust that I have a plot of land by myself, or some neighborhood, or some place I trust myself. And I can go there frequently to witness with my own eyes that I think it's reliable sources that I would like to pay high prices. But I should say, this is not because the customer do not have the willingness. It's the lack of technology advancement and the lack of sufficient and efficient institutional arrangement. Once that kind of what we call infrastructure is there, this kind of demand could be unleashed, and this kind of demand would be huge. And we can see China actually import a lot of luxury food, what we call, from overseas. I think from Japan as well, and from New Zealand, from Australia, and from the United States, from European countries, etc., and from Northern Europe as well, because people believe that the cleaner environment and the better standard and the no possibility of the middleman to add something in between give them the guarantee. So those kind of demand is growing. And I realize that many of the world exporters would like to enter the Chinese market. And I think the Chinese government is welcoming all kinds of initiatives because it's a kind of better satisfying of people's need. Why not? And for the domestic production, of course, the improvement of the standard and improvement of the institutional settings, which will also improve the production standard of the domestic production. But we should always bear in mind that sometimes quality and quantity are trade-offs. For some grain production, probably the quality is up, but the quantity might be reduced. So for China, as kind of populous nation, it's not possible to convert all the production, mass production, into what we call a non-fertilizer, non-chemical agricultural production. No, it will be not. The first thing is to satisfy with low-price food for ordinary people. Yeah, so I should say the high-end product will be for some market, and the relative average product, the mass production product, will for another part of the people, because with 1.4 billion people, the markets, even as a niche market, the niche is big enough for different products. Okay, thank you.
Is there any more question?
Yeah, hello. It was very nice presentation, and thank you. I'm Dr. Ashish Salman from Delhi. I have a small question that after 2001 you are saying that your trade deficit in agriculture is declining. But after some time, around 2010 and 11, the deficit, the negativity is basically the declining. It means the trade deficit is due because in your graphs, there was that after 2013, the import was declining and while the export was increasing. So my question is that what are the factors that are affecting this phenomenon in this China? And the second, after 2001, due to the increasing the trade deficit, how the lives of farmers are being affected by this phenomenon in China?
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your very close observation of the trend and for your a very interesting question. And I should say, yeah, for agriculture trade in China, after China's accession to WTO, there is a kind of fluctuation and there is a kind of variation during the years. As I have mentioned, in the first few years, well, people were crying, well, probably the wolf is coming. The wolf doesn't come. Because at that time, China's agricultural production cost is still at a low level, and the world price is still pretty strong. So it's okay. But since 2004, the thing changes. The world price kind of plummeted, and the agriculture production cost, especially for the labor cost, has been rising steadily. And I think 2010 is the year that people realized that we actually experienced the turning point of the negative net labor. That is to say, we actually had the negative increase of labor force ever since 2010 in China. That's the what is that word? We began to enter into a stage of older generation, older population demographic status. Then the situation is becoming even more and more severe ever since 2010 and 2011 and 2012. I think this kind of phenomenon is intensified. The agricultural labor is becoming more and more scarce and more expensive. And that makes the deficit of agriculture inputs more and more prominent. And we also have seen that although in the past we think, well, we do not have advantage in land-intensive products, but we enjoy comparative advantage in labor-intensive products. That might not be the case in the future because of the labor cost rising as well. So you mentioned the livestock production. We are quite worried about the livestock production in two senses. One is about the production cost. In the past, we call livestock production labor intensive agriculture production because China did use a lot of labor to produce livestock. But in many major agricultural production countries, livestock is massive production. So I remember back in 2008 when I was at the UC Davis as a visiting scholar and I discussed agricultural production with my colleagues there in US. They were amazed to listen, to see that in China we think livestock production is a kind of labor-intensive production. They think it's capital-intensive and land-intensive as well. But at that time, China is still labor-intensive production for livestock production. But nowadays, it changes. There is no backyard production for livestock, and people realize there's more and more demand for large capital investment and environment requirement for livestock production. So in terms of production cost, I should say, livestock production in China will not be our advantage comparatively in the future. So that's one thing. The second concern about livestock production is the environmental concern as well. China do not have such kind of big space allowing for livestock production to deal with the environmental effects. And I think in many countries, for example, US and I think Australia as well, the livestock production is either in the pastures or in the area where soybean production is also very abundant. And this is a very good way, environmentally reasonable. But in China, we do not have such kind of luxury of finding a big pastures. Even in Inner Mongolia, it's overgrazing. And we do not enjoy the luxury of having pasture land or the land for animal production adjacent to the soybean and maize production, etc. Well, these places are just so hard to find. So there is debate, I should say, or I should say different opinion as to what in the future China should import from world market. Well, because there's not possible that China produce everything of what we eat. We have to import from world market. And for the food security purposes, especially according to the Chinese concept of 95% of self-sufficiency, it is grain. It seems that we should import the grain, and including all those grain feed, to have our own livestock production. And in that sense, we could make good use of our labor, agricultural labor, to do the animal production, as well as to keep the stable 95 or 90, whatever, percentage of the self-sufficiency rate. But another school of opinion, of course, and I should admit I'm among the second category, and I have proposed it to the Minister of Agriculture as well, that probably we should change our mind. Instead of import the grain and grain stuff, probably we could import the livestock products directly and reduce the domestic production in terms of saving the environment, saving on the input costs, and we could produce our staple food at home and not those feeding cereals. And that might be another alternative that Chinese government could think about. Well, I'm very glad to see that Chinese government actually is opening its door more and more to importing livestock products. I think with the demand of animal sourced food growing in the future, the import of livestock products from the world will be getting more and more. Yeah, I hope that helped to answer your question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tutin.
Okay, then we are going to take a refreshment break for 15 minutes. We will start the second plenary session by 10:50. Thank you.
Plenary session. The panel discussion will cover on two interesting topics. First, Professor Fahad from Waseda University will share his idea on the topic. Achievement Energy Security in Asia, Diversification, Integration and Policy Implications. And the second one will be delivered by Professor Shosein Yamahata from IIT Gakuin University on the topic Non-economic factors in strengthening economic security toward development in Asia. At this moment, we would like to pass the moderator torch to Associate Professor Dr. Nisit Panthamit, the Director of ASEAN Study Center, Chiang Mai University. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's my pleasure to be here this morning as the moderator. You know, from the story of the Chinese economy this morning, I think most of us, especially me, myself, you know, learns a lot from the document and the speech that the first professor just gave us the food security in China. But this session is also so important because we still have two securities, and the securities could be the theme that's, the story's name like two untold stories of AED. So the first person that I would like to give some brief information about the first speaker. He is the faculty member of Waseda University, and is now holding the positions of assistant professor, And since he's also works a lot, and he travels every couple of weeks around the globe, I said. And if you see the Facebook and update, you show the status of update, it's just like, okay, I travel this, that, those, but his publications, more than 19 or 20 journals published from 2015 and up to 2019. He also worked like an editorial editor for ADBI, Asian Development Bank Institute, that is based in Japan. So could not name the journals on his 2 pages, like we call brief information. But he's a very good friend of mine, and also want to give a directions of the first untold story. And Professor Dr. Farhad Thakisades Hesari. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Farhad to the stage, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nissi, for your kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I would like to express my thanks to Chiang Mai University for providing me this opportunity to be here and sharing with you result of one of our most recent studies on energy security. So energy is important, and later on I will explain the relationship between energy and SDGs, which is the theme of this conference. Today I'm going to talk about the energy security, and by focusing more on one of the cleanest fossil fuel resources, which is gas and liquefied natural gas. Especially the title of the presentation or the paper is Russia, East Asia LNG trade pattern and the impact of it on regional energy security. This is a joint paper, joint work with Professor Yoshino, CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute, my colleague Ehsan Rasulnejad from Tehran University, and Dr. Sarkar from Griffith University. So this is outline of my presentation. First, the introduction and background. Then I will talk about role of Russia in developing the Asian LNG market. Then the theoretical model of this paper, data and methodology, empirical part, and finally conclusion and policy implication. So as the theme of this conference, AED, is on SDGs, energy, especially clean energy, is directly and indirectly related to various SDGs. For example, we have SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, and several other SDGs are indirectly related to clean energy. However, when we are looking at the achievement of these goals that's set by the United Nations, so in some aspects we couldn't achieve many of these goals, because when we are talking about the energy resources, although the cleanest type of energy are renewable energy resources such as solar, such as wind, geothermal, and so on. However, there are several difficulties for their development. But still, there are lots of risks associated with these technologies, because these are new type of technologies. And many of these technologies are still expensive many financiers, many investors are reluctant to invest or finance this project. And when we are looking at the energy basket of many countries, advanced economies as well as developing countries, is still relying on fossil fuels, is still relying on coal, on oil and so on. So when we want to set the targets, and it's important to have realistic targets and not just considering the environment, because for many governments, environment is not priority. Priority is economy, priority is economic growth, creating jobs and so on. So it means that when we want to set the targets, we need to have realistic targets. It means at the same time that we are considering economic growth, we consider the environmental issues. So in my idea, as a person who is studying energy and energy economics, energy policy, I think the optimal basket of energy in future is a basket that we have fossil fuels, but cleaner type of fossil fuels, such as, for example, gas, and reducing share of coal, reducing share of oil, and at the same time having renewable energy. On the other hand, it means that having an energy basket which is completely relying on renewable energy or solar, wind, and so on, maybe for the short to medium term, it's not so much achievable. Maybe in long term, after 20 years, it will be possible. So the introduction. When we look at the global consumption of energy, as we see here that in these two figures, we compared 1971 and 2016. As it is clear, since 1971 up to now, globally, energy consumption is dominating by fossil fuels, especially by oil. However, share of oil is reducing, especially during the past decades. Share of oil in the global energy consumption is reducing, and share of coal after 2011 that's reached to the peak is also reducing. Among fossil fuel, the only energy carrier that share of it is constantly increasing is natural gas. That it shows the importance of it. So, according to the outlook that published by many international organizations, it expected that share of renewable energy increase. And natural gas is the only non-renewable energy resources that constantly it expected to have significant contribution. And according to the expectation, according to the outlook of International Energy Organization, in 2060, the share of it will reach to the peak and to the highest. So there are several reasons for this global eagerness, interest toward natural gas. So the most important reason is because of climate change issues, and because this is considering, natural gas is considering as energy resources with the lowest air pollution. So it is more environmentally friendly comparing to coal and so on. So ease of production, great availability, and lower transportation cost, especially for the case of LNG, liquefied natural gas, that we no need to rely on pipelines for the transportation, or among other reasons that increase the interest of it. So this figure shows the overview of natural gas market in the global country. So there is a 3.6% increase in the natural gas production in 2016, and constitute the largest increase since 2010. In fact, natural gas production has been rising since the economic crisis of 2009. And on the demand side, it's also constantly increasing and rising to 3,757 billion cubic meter, and a significant portion of this increase in demand is coming from the huge demand of China. China because of the blue sky policy that Chinese government has. So it's reducing the reliance on coal, and instead of that substituting it with natural gas, increasing share of natural gas significantly. So this figure shows the natural gas consumption growth from 2017 until 2023. That as it is clear, the growth in the Chinese natural gas consumption is the largest thanks to this policy. And when we are looking at the structure of demand, natural gas demand in China, so the industry sector is the main driver of gas consumption growth, led by chemical and manufacturing sector. And there are ongoing plans in the residential and commercial sectors of China for shifting from coal to natural gas. About the import, as we see here, Qatar is the major supplier of LNG, liquefied natural gas. So in the total, in the global gas market, almost 33% of the gas is trading in form of liquid, LNG. So the balance, so it means 1/3 is in a form of liquid, 2/3 is by pipeline and in form of gas. So as for LNG, Qatar is the major supplier to OECD countries, followed by Australia. And most recently, US also became an important gas or LNG exporter. So the prices in different markets, including in Japan, Korea, European market, and United States since 2017 is converging. And during 2011, price of LNG in Japan increased drastically after Fukushima nuclear power disaster that led to nuclear shutdown in the country, and Japan substituted this nuclear loss with importing more LNG and more coal. Demand for LNG in Japan increased. So because of that, price of LNG in Japan became more than 2 times of the price of LNG in the United States, because LNG contracts are long-term contracts. However, most recently, by increase in the liquefaction capacity, especially in Australia and also in the United States, these differences are narrowing and becoming uncovered. About the LNG market, Asia is the largest LNG market and taking almost more than half of global supply. The largest LNG consumer globally is Japan, and secondly China and South Korea. So China, Japan, and South Korea are the top 3 largest importer and consumer of LNG in Asia and also globally. So this is the reason that suppliers are paying special attention to this region. And in this research, we are focusing on Russia and CJK, China, Japan, Korea, LNG trade. Presently, Qatar and Australia are the major suppliers of LNG. However, Russia, they have a plan for increasing their share in this market. Next, as it was clear from the title of this research, we are looking at the association between the LNG trade with energy security. But what does it mean? What is the definition of energy security? So from the literature, energy security can be defined as an adequate and reliable supply of energy in reasonable prices. So adequate and reliable supply of energy in reasonable prices. However, in a broader sense and in a broader definition, we can define it as an availability of energy. So in order to have available energy, diversification of energy is very important. It means having energy from different energy resources, not relying on one source, not relying on only coal or only oil and so on. That will be risky. So in the interpretation of diversification, there are three factors that need to be considered: variety, balance, and disparity. So variety asks how many options are available. Balance check how dominant one option is, and disparity examine how different or similar our options are. So energy insecurity topic most recently became an interesting topic and a hot topic in especially in Asia. So in the field of energy security, there are several studies and several research that shows that diversification of the energy resources, versatility of the fossil fuel import origins, for example, not just relying on one country, not only relying on Qatar, not only relying on Australia, importing from different countries, this will help to improve the energy security. In addition to that, as for the import dependency, one issue that has been neglected in the literature is the distance that you have. Imagine that you are considering that you are relying on import of one fossil fuel from one country which is very far geographically to your country. So this will increase the risks, different type of risks. And when your country is close, so this is minimizing, reducing the risk. So distance is an important factor that in the literature is neglected. And if you are interested to know more about energy security, this is our forthcoming book. In October, it will be published and it will come out. So achieving energy security in Asia, diversification, integration, and policy implication by World Scientific. So we have distinguished contributors to this book, also from Chiang University. We have a good chapter. And I edited this book jointly with Professor Yoshino, Dean of ADBI, Yong-Hu Chang of Singapore University of Social Science, and Dr. Rilo, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN. Okay, let's talk about the role of Russia and about this research. So Russian, they have a strategic plan in order to be a major supplier of LNG in this market, especially in East Asia. Presently, as mentioned, Qatar and Australia are the major suppliers. However, Russian, they have long-run 2030 strategy in order to be major supplier of gas to the East. Because in the gas supply of Russia, their attention and their market used to be to West. So Russia is the major gas supplier to a European country. However, they have planned for increasing their share in East. But what happened? Why Russians are considering this region? What is behind their decision? First of all, before I answer to this question, we see that they have several plans, several projects, especially in the Asiatic part of Russia, in eastern part of Russia. For example, Sakhalin current, the expansion of Sakhalin, Vladivostok LNG, and East Siberia pipeline. These are different projects that will help Russian to increase their export volume, especially from the eastern part. So the first reason that Russians are paying attention to this region is because of economic growth. When we are looking at the average GDP growth rate of East Asian countries, the GDP, the average of GDP growth rate from 2010 until 2017 in this region was 4.27%. However, globally, the GDP growth rate was 2.99. So first of all, because this region has higher GDP growth rate, therefore higher demand for energy. And as the figure shows, here is the largest LNG market. So this is the first reason. Second reason, according to the literature, the factor that can help Russia to develop the eastern part of the country, because western part of Russia is more developed. So one factor that can help Russia to develop the eastern part is promoting the trade with China, Japan, and Korea. And boosting the trade can also help more development in Asiatic part of Russia and eastern part of Russia. So this was the second reason. The third reason that Russians are shifting to east is because of sanctions. So after Ukraine crisis, many Western countries imposed sanctions on Russia. So after that, Russia took pivot to Asia or turn to east policy. And especially, in the pivot to Asia or pivot to east and turn to east policy of Russia, the important factor is energy. Because the Russian trade with eastern countries is more energy oriented, energy related. So this is an important factor. And it is interesting that, for example, for the case of Japan, Japanese are also following Western sanctions. However, they put an exceptions, which is the energy sector. For the energy, they are not following the Western sanctions. And Japan is boosting the trade activities with Russia for the energy-related activities. And this is also shows that a stronger Tokyo diplomacy with Russia to provide its national energy security. Because this is also important for Japan. For example, when we are looking at the Japanese energy basket, Japan is importing oil from more than 10 countries. So maybe economically, if we consider just the economic aspect of it, it is better that you import from few countries. Just negotiate with Saudi Arabia, just negotiate with other oil suppliers, you can have better prices if you import. But it has risk. So it is better to reducing the risk and diversifying your partner. The same thing is existing for LNG. Japan is importing LNG from more than 10 countries. So we have share of Australia, share of Russia, Brunei, and many other countries that are in Japanese LNG import. Okay, so we developed a model. This is an economic model, a theoretical model. We have a micro foundation. We have because the LNG is mainly using in the power generation sector, in the electricity sector. And electricity is consuming in the firm level in industry and service sector as well as in household sector. We have the production function, which is function of capital, labor, and energy. We have the profit of the suppliers, which is function of the revenue minus the production cost. And in the production cost, we have price of energy, which is plus T. T is the distance that we are considering here. It means when the distance between the energy importer, which is LNG here, and the LNG exporter is higher, is more, it means that the cost is higher. And we have the profit maximization and getting the demand, the optimal demand for LNG or energy in the firm side. On the other hand, in the household side, we have the utility function, that the utility is a function of consumption of non-energy goods and consumption of energy goods. We have the Lagrange function, and we get we maximize it with respect to the budget constraint here, and we reach to the demand of LNG in the household sector. And the total LNG demand is a sum of these two. LNG demand in the firm level and LNG demand in household sector. And from this theoretical background, we have the variables that can be used for the empirical analysis. So it means these variables are coming from the previous theoretical background. So in order to answer to this question that the Russia-East Asia trade pattern are affected by which factors, we have these variables: LNG export volume, economic size of all these countries, differences in the per capita income, urbanization growth rate, bilateral exchange rate, and we have one dummy variable of sanctions. And we have a panel data. This is a panel data analysis, also time series from 2010 until 2017. That here we have the descriptive statistic. Next we have the correlation matrix, that as it is clear between LNG export, GDP growth rate, there is a positive correlation. With exchange rate, there is also positive, and also urbanization positive. Differences between income also shows the positive. However, this is not enough, and we need to do the empirical analysis. So we have this model, which is a gravity trade model. The dependent variable here is the LNG export. Explanatory variables, first we have the GDP, the joint GDP of Russia and East Asian countries, differences in income level, urbanization index, exchange rate of ruble and East Asian countries, Korean won, Japanese yen, and renminbi, and we have sanction as a dummy variable in order to find out whether sanctions had any significant impact on this shift to Asia policy or not. So since we have time series data, we need to do data analysis. First, we have done a stationarity test. We have the conventional stationarity test, Levin-Liu-Chu, augmented Dickey-Fuller, Fritz-Perron, that all of these tests shows that the data is non-stationary or there exists unit roots. So when we have unit root, it means we need to use the first differences. For the first differences, we could be able to reject the null hypothesis for presence of unit root. So this means that the panel unit root data shows that the data are integrated of order 1. Next, we need to do cointegration tests. So we have done this panel cointegration test, Pedroni, that Pedroni's H0 is no cointegration. So we could be able to reject the null hypothesis of no cointegration. So it means that this data is cointegrated. So it means that there is a long run relationship between these explanatory variables and the dependent variables. So this is coming from it. So from result of cointegration, when we found out that there exists long run association, we need to do the cointegration model, cointegrating model, that we use FMOLS method, fully modified least square method. That here shows, this table shows the results of our regressions using FMOLS. The dependent variable is LNG export. Explanatory variables are differences in income. As it is clear, the coefficient of differences in income is negative. So it means there is a negative significant association between the differences in income level of Russia and East Asian countries and LNG export. Urbanization growth shows positive. So it means if the urbanization status in China, Japan, Korea increase, demand for modern type of energy, which is gas, is increasing. And then Russia can export more LNG to these countries. Joint GDP of these countries, joint GDP of Russia and CJK also has a significant impact on LNG export. So appreciation of ruble and depreciation of CJK's currencies promote the export. So it means when we are talking about trade, it means that when our currency is depreciating, it means import should reduce. However, for the case of energy, as we see here, it's the other way around. It means depreciation of the domestic currencies, CJK currencies, not only it doesn't reduce the import, but it increases the import, because energy is using as a production input. So depreciation of the domestic currencies can boost China, Japan, Korea's export. then they need more energy in order to fulfill this demand. So here shows the discussion of the results. First, the economic size, GDP, is found to be highly significant and positive. A 1% increase in joint economic size of Russia and CJK leads to increase of Russian gas export flow into these nations by about 5%. Our finding is consistent with earlier studies. Second, the impact of differences between per capita income on Russian gas export into the Asia-Pacific nation is statistically significant and negative. So this is supporting the Linder hypothesis. Linder hypothesis says that two countries which have similar level of income, they trade more. So this means that this is in favor of it, because when the differences between income of Russia and CJK, if the gap is increasing, the export is reducing. So it means when the income level is reducing, the export is increasing. And so this means this is in line with Linder hypothesis of trade. Third, the effect of urbanization growth is found to be positive and significant, statistically significant. The Russian gas export to CJK increases by approximately 1.5% by a 1% increase in urbanization growth. So, because gas is the modern type of energy, as I have mentioned, when we have more urban population, when urbanization ratio is increasing, demand for modern type of energy, including gas or LNG, is increasing. Fourth, the bilateral exchange rate has a positive sign, which means that 1% depreciation of CJK's currency against Russian ruble will accelerate LNG export volume by near to 5%. Fifth, we found that the sanctions also, the coefficient of sanction was also significant, statistically significant and positive. It means sanctions are also one of the reasons, as we expected, or one of the reasons toward this boost of LNG export from Russia to East. And let me conclude my presentation and also provide some policy recommendation. So, conclusion. Our study revealed that GDP is a positive influencing factor on the Russian LNG export to East Asia. A bigger economic size or production level lead to demand and consume LNG by East Asian nation, as LNG is mainly consuming in power generating sector. The positive linkages between urbanization growth and LNG import of CJK from Russia was depicted by the results. Imposition of sanctions by the West against Russia, which has been started since 2014, lead to increase of Russian LNG export to East Asia. So, and here, this slide shows the policy implications of this research. Russian trade pivot to the east and the growing LNG consumption can contribute to the energy security of the region, since countries in the region can diversify their portfolio and their import origin. Another factor which is very important is that currently gas pricing mechanism in Asia is so much relying on US and so much relying on European markets. So it means the benchmark of gas pricing is mainly Henry Hub in the US, Louisiana, or UK, MVP, or European. So one implication is that why we don't have Asian energy hub that can be used as the benchmark for pricing. For example, in China or in Japan or in Korea, a hub for trading, especially for trading LNG, that can be used as a benchmark. So any gas trading hub can make the regional benchmark prices, which can be a favorable strategy for Asia-Pacific region. Additionally, import diversification can reduce energy insecurity in the region. And if you are interested to read this paper is now available on ADB website. I mean, if you just type this title in Google, you can find and download this paper for free. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Professor Farhat, for very interesting presentations about the energies in Asia and relationship between Russia and also the important to the country like China, Japan, and Korea, and the possibilities of the strategy for Asians, like the Asians Energy Hub is very interesting too. So now we open the floor for the participants for some few questions. Please.
Hi, Raymond from University of Malaya, Wales, Malaysia. I'm not an expert in any of this, but I was fascinated, and the question it raises for me is, do sanctions work for those that impose the sanctions? It was a general philosophical question, really, rather than an energy-related one, because you've shown a very clear pathway where it's very easy to circumvent sanctions. And why wouldn't you? Because it's a free market. But for those that impose sanctions, and people still continue to impose sanctions on countries with the view that it's the only mechanism they have that really hurts them. And actually, I take away from this, it probably doesn't. So I'd be interested in your view.
Thank you very much for your good question. So when we are looking at for the case of Russia and sanctions, so what I showed is that the Russians are promoting and boosting their trade with ease, but it doesn't mean that they are reducing their trade with West. So still Russia is relying on importing capital goods, final goods, industrial product from West, and Russian export of gas to European countries is still going on and continuing as before. However, it affected, Russia-US relationship, trade reduced drastically. But as we found in this research, sanctions open some opportunities also for Russia. So not only it didn't have negative impact, but also it opened some window for Russia to look to east part. Because when we looked at some countries, I mentioned the example of Japan or example of Korea. So in some parts that these countries, they think that sanctions are not so much affecting their economy, they are following West. But for the case of energy, which is negatively affecting their country, if they want to follow US policy, they are not following US policy in the case of energy. So in my understanding and what as we found here, not so much beneficial for those who are imposing.
So any more questions? Professor Susu?
Thank you. Thank you for very interesting research. And I'm quite amazed to see one of your findings in terms of the impact of currency depreciation of those importing countries on the export of oils from Russia. And it seems that the depreciation of the currencies of importing countries kind of encourage more import of the LNG. And I would like to have you elaborate on the explanation. And I'm wondering whether that has something to do with the nature of those importing countries who probably will promote even more of their export sectors, which is more related to the energy consuming nature of their production, for example, textile or somewhat. So I would like to see whether you find some differences of those importing countries in terms of their depreciation of currency and their economic structure in terms of exporting or whatever. in relation to the importing of increase in importing of.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your question. So according to theory, when domestic currency is depreciating, it means that the import is reducing. The import will reduce and export will be boosted. However, energy trade is not so much function of exchange rate fluctuation, because this is what we need to survive, to produce, to have domestic production. So in another work, in another panel, because this panel is for China, Japan, Korea, in another study we expanded the panel to almost all East Asian countries. So and on the other hand we had Russia, so Russia to more countries. So what we found out that the nature of business, the nature of trade between Russia and these East Asian countries is different. For example, Russia to Mongolia, Russian export to Mongolia is more final goods. It's not energy. So this type of trade is sensitive to exchange rate. It means when Mongolian currency is depreciating, Mongolia's import from Russia is reducing. However, Japanese import from Russia is more energy related. So energy related trade is less sensitive to exchange rate fluctuation. This is the first reason. Second reason is that these countries are importing LNG from Russia in order to generate electricity. And this electricity, for the case of China, is using in industrial sector, in service sector, in household sector. So mainly in industrial sector. It means that promoting and consuming for domestic production and then exporting more. So this is the reason that for the case of what we have found is not following the trade theory, and it is also the other way around. But it is so much related to the nature of the trade between these countries.
Okay, next question, I guess, very close.
Hi, thank you for your fruitful presentation. It was very, comprehensive with all those variables. I just have a simple question. Actually, you were putting the sanction as a variable, and so in terms of sanctions, so Iran for many years we had we were under sanctions of the United States. And it affected our importing gas and oil to overseas, and especially it the amount of purchase the product of oil by Chinese and Korean and Japanese companies reduced to a significant level. Do you think in terms of if Russian companies are to be under sanction of the United States, are still the Japan or Korea and China still willing to purchase the gas from the Russia? Maybe it's in terms of their behavior or anything. So what's your view about this?
Thank you very much. So I, as an Iranian, I think that when comparing the case of Iran with Russia, and the sanctions are much different. For the case of Iran, most recently sanctions are very tough, and it mainly targeted the energy sector of Iran. That Iran used to be a major oil exporter, top second or top third in OPEC. However, presently Iran is exporting less than 500,000 barrels per day. So this is the first reason. Second reason is US is targeting the financial sector. So it means even if you are able to exporting your commodities, including oil, including your gas, for transactions, you need to use the global financial system, which is dominating by the US. So this is the reason that many countries through official routes are reluctant to deal with Iran, trade with Iran. However, for the case of Russia, it is not that much tough. It is milder comparing to that. This is the reason that it didn't have a negative impact. It has negative impact. It had negative impact, but not that much when comparing to the case of Iran.
That's very good response from Professor Farhan. Any few questions? We still have time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's very good presentation from Professor Farhan. Again, just give me a big round. Thank you very much, Professor Farhan. So, after the energy, the security seems to be having more interest, for some people in Asia, and also we have new players and exchange rate, and also the sanctions. That is some of the variables that the Farhan put in the paper. You're free to download that paper from the website of ADBI. So the second person who wants to give the presentations this morning, that's the last person before lunch. He's from Japan as well, from Nagoya, that has a direct flight, but he had to go another way around back to Japan soon. But before he go, give him briefly introductions. He is now professor at the graduate school of the public studies at KHUM University in Japan, and his main research is in the field of human security. International development cooperation, the UN studies in general, especially the Myanmar, and ASEAN study in particular. He also coordinator of the new term that are very good definitions called Academic Diplomacy Project, or ADP, and which provides a platform to exchange the ideas and work among the academia and non-academia in tackle emerging and pressing issues in interdisciplinary area studies. Under this umbrella of the ADP, Professor Joshins and his colleagues have promoted network activities from Japan, including the Burma Review and Challenges International Forum, Asian University Network Forum on Advance in Research, and Thailand, India, Japan Conclave. So he will now to give us a very good topic, which is called non-economic factors in strengthening economic security towards development in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Toshin. That is yours.
Thank you very much for gathering today, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and dear students. As you know well, I'm the third speaker and just before lunch, and my moderator asked me, please accommodate the audience. So my role is try to accommodate you by speaking something which I view as an important one, but I will try to deliver in non-academic language. And the topic itself is the non-economic factors. The whole is filled with all economics and economic students and majorities. I very minority in delivering my topic, my speech or my lecture from the non-economic perspective to understand or to give my interpretation to the general audience about how we can also see non-economic factors as important factors for the economic security. There are two which one is what? This one. Okay, the first message I want to deliver is we human beings are always working towards the betterment and uplifting of our life, starting from the individual desire, which is based on needs and wants. Those needs and wants are very much dependent on capacity. The capacity is like capacity to buy, capacity to purchase, like that. But we are always busy with such kind of ambitious targets about achieving our individual needs and wants. And that sometimes we call like a development of individual and household and family and community and so on. But the data information available about the development is positive trend compared to the past 20 years. That poverty has been reduced to some extent. But there's a message that prosperity is just like islands and poverty is oceans. So we have to go a long way. That's the message. So it looks primitive. There is statistic you can get it from internet very easily, the world population, and it shows the kind of gender balance in terms of proportions. And that is called about a billion, the 1 billion of the total population who can afford for their daily life with the $1.25 for having 3 meals. How big the population is? It is 20% of the world population, according to the statistics. My purpose here today is how to interpret and how to comprehend the statistics, the information available today online easily you can find in the literature and so forth, for our interpretation to pursue some kind of practical research, action research studies. And the purpose is academic studies, academic exercises, theories and exercise and so on and so forth. And in classroom and the write papers and books and so on and so forth. In third world countries, especially in Asia like Laos, Cambodia, Burma, and also part of Vietnam, we do need a kind of support, a kind of highlighting the problems to the local people to understand what they can do and what they cannot do. They have to always wait for the external inputs starting from academic health and government aid and so on and so forth. But unless we can empower them to have insightful knowledge and their possible application by use of their own strength, there will be no solutions. So the purpose is to empower them to have academic knowledge by letting them to lead academics to share the information we both gain from each other. So this 20% of our population, so-called bottom billion, are suffering a lot. And then MDGs and SDGs are set to save them, to help them, to enable them. And those MDG, SDGs set at the global stage need to be interpreted by national policies, and that need to be implemented with the local projects, and that should be participated by the population who are affected on ground. Whether that is happening or not is the true measure or indicator about checking how SDG will be achieved in coming 15 years. So what are happening for them? Those populations live in the country where lack of governance is like a daily life phenomenon, and then where the conflict in different scales are happening. The population, 73% of them left overlap. And then there's a land of They live in the land of country. Their neighbors are blocked, and then to reach to the sea and to participate in the international trade, they have to pass through the neighbor. But those neighbors are not good enough, or they're influential and that not flexible. They cannot do the necessary openings. Then 29%, 30% are they live in the country where the resource scarce or resource security, resource driven, many types of the conflict situation of the countries. They live in those countries. So this is the population, the allocation, the Asia population. You can see how big, and then most Asian countries, China, then Pakistan, and Bangladesh, Indonesia, they constitute the bigger portion of population. So that is the message. 1 in 7 people today are hungry. And the rich countries, starting from Japan, and they are throwing the food every day, and 1/3 of food is wasted. And then in Japan, for example, every day they throw many food from a convenience store. That can be, there must be a way to solve this problem in another way that can be beneficial for the other needy grounds. So these are the messages. As students, as ordinary people, how can we interpret this for the useful input for our studies? That is the point. So this is hunger map I got from online, and this is 2009 situation, and then there's a World Food Program deliver 5,000 trucks, 70 aircraft, and then 30 ships. But that situation has been improved. In 2017, it improved a lot. And related to food security, then when there's a food insecurity, the direct effect is about the health crisis. In the third world country, especially in Asia, there are people who cannot eat 3 meals a day. I study about Burma, now Myanmar, and there are people who, if you go around and early morning, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning, if you go around the bus terminal or jetty, or like a station, near station and platform, you can see long queue of people are collecting some pieces of meat for food for children from the garbage place or throw-up place. This is not only one country. I visited 4 or 5 countries, almost same. If you go around early morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, people are collecting leftover food, throw-up food. What did they do? They dried it, they collected vegetables, they dried it, and then eat for 3 months. Then string of noodles, they clean it up and feed children. There was a situation like that. There are such situations. Stay in many other countries, some part of the countries. So what about their health situation? They cannot go to see doctor. They don't have any health insurance. What they do is that they have like a traditional medicines which have been stored for many days, many months. We were not used that because expired, but they use this with water. But water itself is not clean enough. Not like you, not like me. They cannot drink mineral water. That is a major health cause. The health crises are depending on food and water. What kind of water you drink and what kind of food you eat. So we cannot choose, those people cannot choose because of that situation. So we need help. So this is about infectious diseases. This is the WHO and all the listed diseases. I think all of you know, so I don't need to go further. But this is happening in like a bottom billion countries, but there are countries which don't belong to bottom billion countries in Asia, but they stay suffering these diseases. A little aid can change. This is an environmental hazard. Then what happened? And this is the failing states, educational data, and in case of failing state, what are they lacking? These are the data, so I think this is a very general information, so I don't need to go further, I will go next. So this is what I want to deliver. So after we see all these indicators, and we should know what is going on in the world from the one perspective, that is humanity. So third world countries are suffering. Among third world countries, there are countries which have capacity to help. For example, India, China used to be 8 recipient countries, now creditor countries. Both India and China have many parts of the world, many countries can overcome from the extreme poverty within their own countries and beyond their borders. Especially borderlands connected to China and India have been positively affected. Forget about conflict scenario and conflict-related situation. Apart from that, the big countries in Asia like China and India are contributing a lot. The same thing applies. Indonesia, even Malaysia, small country, is also helping this scenario. So there are many categories: stateless population, refugees, and IDPs, and political asylum seekers, and they are the categories and which are generated from bottom billion countries. What are the causes? Because of that scenario, UN has set these 5 urgent goals: peace and security, human development and economic well-being, human rights, social justice, environment and democracy. All big words, all key words. What are the contents of each key words that need to be understood from each and every student, each and every individual? We do need to improve the society and community. That can be done only when ordinary individual can be quite empowered. So these 5 targets should be related to empowerment. So this is the global challenges the UN set to help many people out of the bottom billion countries and to make regional relations more prosper and also global peace to be attainable. The UN should lead, global community, international community should focus on investment and international relations and geopolitical landscape towards solving these issues. The issue 1 is global warming and climate change. 2 is the governance. This is connected network governance. And 3 is the prevention about fragile states and prevention about the new state not to join the fragile club. Then another one is the regionalism like ASEAN and so on and so forth. Another one is reducing inequality, controlling the population growth, and managing the international migration. And the other ones is about the bridging the divides and the security of individuals and the human rights and then education. Education put number 10. Actually, education is number 1 to solve all 1 to 9 problems. Yeah. That is the thing I want to deliver. Yeah. So, regarding peace and security, there are again 6 issues which are highlighted in international relations and international politics. Then conflict need to be managed with internal rule of law, installation internal rule of law. And then preventive diplomacy, not after 3 months, during 3 months, Rwanda crisis, 800,000 people killed, you and just watch. The French withdrew. So there are many signals and indicators that are highlighted by media and government and field workers. We know, we can interpret, but decision making has been always under politics. Politics better than humanity. In the global level, national level, what about local level? Therefore, we need to strengthen the local level. If local level is rising up in one way or another. I think regional level, national level, and global level cannot neglect. So how to strengthen local level is very important for about the preventive diplomacy. That disarmament and development are together. It's the same, both sides of the same coin. Once your well-being and your possession has been threatened, you will use the weapons. You will use the force to defend. Once you use the force, once you try to change the equilibrium of the peaceful engagement, another side will do the same thing. That will never end. So the peacekeeping is the high-flying topic, and responsibility to protect and human security. So the Global Compact, UN has been our organization which is represented by different countries through the government officials, and which form the organization, the international organization oversee. They become the international regime to set the rule, use the budget, and then design the projects, send the experts, and solve the solutions, and then finish. So the whole war needs a kind of like a close cooperation from the main driver. It's a corporate war, which is the earners, which is the taxpayer, which is the drive, which produce drivers who can influence politicians and leaders of different countries. So unless anti-corporate sector follow universal values and norms to prevent undesirable situation and promote the necessary international norms and value and basic rights, it's very difficult. So Global Compact has been introduced in 2003. Originally was 3 components: human rights component 3, labor component 3, environmental component 3. Then one more is added later. It is anti-corruption, now 10. So if corporate sector, the whole and national corporate sector is, they are devoted to these provisions and satisfaction of these Global Compact, things can be much, much better. So these are the things I already explained. The anti-corruption is the 10th component. That is very crucial issue in third world countries. Why in third world countries where there are many conflicts, those conflict countries are normally resource-rich countries. The sharing spirit in terms of resource and sharing spirit in terms of power, that two sharing spirits are lacking due to lack of political will of that particular government, and then many divisions have been created and war has been on. In case of Myanmar, 70 years they are on and off. Whatever peace negotiation, ceasefire agreement, these are joke, on and off. Many generations of ethnic populations driving out of country, becoming laborers in this country and that country, the refugees in this country and that country, and this camp and that camp. So if one solution based on political will can be settled due to the good neighbors and good community, international community, based on universal values and norms and enforcement mechanism, then watch, monitor, feedback by academia and media, things will be different. Peace can be attained. So next I want to say, this is the critical trends in different regions: Africa, Asia, Latin America, basically. And there are 3 trends, and then one is a very a promising trend based on the market success, capitalism, and then good demand supply mechanism. The country can be followed like niche in Asia, and then Europe, and Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, like that. Another one is the bottom billion countries. They will stay in the conflict stage, more on exploitation and exploitation of the resource, and the sharing space will be lacking, and the fighting continues, and the darker future. Another one is the transform. We need to make a transformation. each and every society starting from community run by individuals. Those individuals may be not educated people, not master degree holder, PhD degree holder, even not undergraduate. They haven't done undergraduate study. But they have capacity because they have been living on the ground and knowing the problems. And they are actually experts for how to solve the problem. So if they are linked and if they are bridged by academia's inputs, they can make a difference. So these kind of possibility can be done out of different regions. And then because of regional choices and regional decisions are based on the local problems, the local issues. The international interests can also pressure on the regional, the solution and regional policy direction. Outside interests, the inside possibility can be bridged with the regional solutions. So we have to find the regional solutions. So that is how in Asia, countries are in groups about the economic cooperation, the Shanghai organization about the security, and ARF, and these kind of things are very functional. They can be used as a centrality in tackling local problems as a regional issues based on international interests. This is the past decade humanitarian crisis. How many people and how many lives have been lost between 1980s to 2000? There are many updated data I still couldn't refine, so I don't use. So this is a situation, humanitarian crisis. We shouldn't go back to that situation where the human being will face this similar crisis again. Now it's 2019 and 2020, 20 years after that. What are the lessons we learned as a student, as a teacher, as a citizen, as a community dweller? That is important. So the message here is, the problems are clear, well identified, but we are divided based on interpretation, based on which angle you are standing and from which point of view you are going to focus. Are you looking for a solution? Are you going to help? Or are you going to satisfy the project report? Or will you be dutiful as a government official? Will you be happy delivering lecture to the students? That is the issue. So the problem is, this is one country, is about Burma. There's a kind of like a ethnic and religious minority group, the Rohingya, and their human rights have been violated, and they not only that, the Kachin, Kayin, and Chiang, they have been under that situation, and now the past 3 years, it is their time, and they have been forced out of 1 million. And the whole world knows what is going on, but there's no solution yet because of national political regime and also the military who involved, and also regional stability should be the priority, and there are many things. So we are still looking for the conclusive finding, but everyone knows from whatever angle you look, but depending on where you stand, you write different reports. This is what is happening nowadays. If you just check, I just checked last night, and forest fire due to global warming. This is Amazon forest. This is how around 6 countries around. Smoke. This is Africa. So what does it mean? These are beyond economics. And unless we freeze these things, then whatever current economic process will be disturbed, and to some extent maybe whoever involved in that economic promotion will be dragged down one way or another, and partial solution will be daily life of many policymakers. So because of these things happen, what are the collective deprivation many people face, not only in the poor country, but also in a rich country like Japan. Don't think there are no poor people. They are homeless and poor people. You don't see, you don't know. The form is different. The contents are different. But sufferings are more the same. They are people who can afford. Health, education, nutrition, poverty, women, children, environment, security. These are the major areas where students and researchers should focus on finding a solution for one small local area. Could be village, could be small community, could be small town. One student, one seminar belong to graduate school can make many solutions. I was part of the team in the Nepal National Institute of Technology in India and their rural transformation project. Students are working excellently to find new solution, hygiene in terms of using water, sanitation and drainage. And then graduate student, PhD student, master students are doing and contributing many different villages that raise their living standards. MDGs, SDG, high-flying targets, they are very important as a guidelines, but for implementation and accomplishment, only ordinary individuals are important to make the results to be attainable. So why? Because market, demand and supply. Third world country and developing countries are being the factories producing mass production and producing many goods, which are normally defined and designed by rich world. If you look at that combination, I can see down, this, if you combine these four items, it is less than 28% of the total money. So the market, according to the market principle, suppliers are producing this according to consumers' demand. The world is not demanding about educational good and health good and human rights good, equity good. So that shows who decide the economic trend, economic needs. To have economic security, to grant economic security, number one thing is everyone must have rights, basic rights. I won't say political rights, basic rights. On top of having rights, enjoying rights, minimum rights, there should be the economic incentives provided through rule of law and provision of national regulation and so on and so forth. Only after that, each and every community will have development opportunities. Rights, incentive, and opportunities. These three are links. Without granting these three in the process, economic security, provision of economic security will be very severe in many countries where 1 billion population lives. So survival, we call survival is. Survival is number one, security is number two, enabling number three. Economic security is your wallet, my wallet, individual wallet, family wallet, community wallet. Look at government wallet, national government wallet, and world wallet. So when your wallet has been threatened, you will take any measures. Your wallet will be threatened when there are people and community who lack survival opportunities, survival incentive, survival rights. So what outside can do, external people can do, we can do enabling, going from top to down. That is the only solution about meeting minimum needs, basic needs. For that, with that understanding, against this light, the whole world under the UN has set Millennium Development Goals with 8 targets. And then you see here, you can see the poverty, education, and health. Okay, say these are health. And then disease up to health. Then environment and partnership. Actually 4 main categories. Education, health, environment, and partnership. Health can be divided into children and women and like that. So very simple and clear, urgent. Couldn't be met, couldn't be satisfied. So it is changed to Sustainable Development Goals, giving extension, grace period for another 15 years. Then here, of course, same, everything is same, like energy, and number 16, the peace, justice, this is important thing. And this is new one. Another one is about the environment thing, because the biodiversity, ocean, and like that. The energy and rights are important addition. So rights, energy, conflict, energy security, resource security, very important engine for any economy to grow. But for having that 2 different security, the rights, breaking the rights, neglecting the rights also be happening in the resource-rich countries. So that need to be considered. So in such country, we need to enable and empower 3. State. State itself need to be empowered, because state will go for only provision of national security due to national interest that is based on resource security, energy security. That will make many interests of conflict between non-state actors and state. That is happening. So how to avoid this is important. So universal norms, universal values, international treaties are very important in countering this solution, of this issue. And state should be considered as a single unit, and it is being like that in the UN and the whole world organization in terms of everything. Now, what does it mean, state as a single unit? Sovereignty. Sovereignty is the independent way of managing your country within your boundary through the political process. And globalization has led many intergovernmental organizations, the UN organization, to be more transparent, more tangible, and more down to earth. That will be also another pressure for state to adjust. And one more thing is that we need to consider about individual similar to state. The individuals are more independent from the state because of interconnected and interdependent or due to advances in transportation, communication, mobility. People are well connected, values are well exchanged, and they're infected to each other with the ideological things and cultural values and so on and so forth. We are bridge. So that individuals should be empowered like the state, on the other hand. What are the another thing between individual and the state? It's community. So individual can be considered in this. Individual is center. Of course, state is very important. Between state and individual, society is a bridge. So individual should be center of state because of individual control the community and society. Then state will be part of international system, bound by universal norms and treaties. Unless we can go back to that basics, things cannot be sorted out here. Okay, this I will not talk too much about this. What are the individual, what are the states, and our international system. I'm just trying to compare the similarity. In case of individual, personality, perception, attitude, choices that make who you are and how you are different from me. The same thing applies in case of state. It's government, economy, backbone, national interest groups. In case of international system, norms, multinational cooperation for global compacts, and intergovernmental organization, WHO, FAO, etc. And the alliance, due to that, the war trend like a peace, environmental solution, non-proliferation of nuclear power, based on that alliance. So individual, when we are looking into individual, the two types of individual need to be considered. Ordinary individual, you and me, and the leaders. When in our country, if our leader is like that, this is the criteria to evaluate leaders, good individual leader or not. These are the criteria. One is nationalism, not too extreme, perception of control by use of power and alliance, and the need of power in major decision making at the crisis. The need for affiliation, conceptual complexity, ideology, distrust of others, these are the how we identify and evaluate the leaders as a good individual leaders or not. So this shows, depends on what I have spoken up to today, if we analyze the relation between two different worlds. I will not say two different worlds, but the relation between two parts. The developing world and the world system run by rich countries and West, democracy, capitalism, whatever. So brain drained, capital drain, value transfer, debt repayment. I don't need to go further explanation, I believe. And then capital drain is very big in case of especially some ASEAN countries. The rich elite and business people don't keep their money in their own countries' banks. They have other sources, Switzerland, Singapore, and so on. So value transfer, they produce something, they sell, but they have to buy that is produced by capital goods by other countries. The price difference in value transfer. The debt repayment, because loan, and then cumulative assistance grant. The loan component is bigger, so repay. It burdens them. The international trade benefit both sides mutually. The rich countries like originate aid, the loans, credit, investment, technology management, information, soft power. Of course, bottom soft power, information management, technology are helping them. All the investment is helping. But aid, it's like a different thing. So far, like Burma used to have aid ODA from Japan for many years, since World War II, and then after the normalization has been started in 1958-59. And 1987, Burma became one of the world poorest countries after receiving 3 decades of ODA. So aid sometimes doesn't help because it depends on individual leaders and depends on how state perceive and behave and apply it. And how community has been suppressed, it depends on that aid will be working, aid will not. So this need to be balanced. Not only trade. Top part, bottom part, and trade need to be balanced. So optimistic futures. If we can balance with the market principle for every decision making, optimistic futures. With many initiatives and creation, innovation. But darker futures, if the imbalanced situation is getting worse, the country will cut their borders. What is happening in the US, what is happening in Japan, what is happening in some other country about rising nationalism is part of it. Then futures is the transform futures. We all need to transform, both rich and poor, as well as middle. So let me define what is development. Development is improving a continuous process of improving a society is called development. Imagine. It needs cooperation, not one level, many layers of cooperation. That's why it's called international development. If it is true international development is prevalent, then prosperity, peace, security, stability, freedom will be there. That means we all were entitled widen choices, chances, access rights, and participation. So just this is not my one, this is from the literature, John Clark. It is the book, very famous book. It was written in 1980s or early 1990s, I think. Democratizing development. It increased the role of civil society organization. It is a very good book. It mentioned like that. Just development needs, it's a fair development needs. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It called depends. The word depend, you know the meaning of depend. The same thing applies. Development depends on this. So infrastructure, economic growth, poverty alleviation, equity, natural resource protection, democracy, and social justice. Then all 7 elements are related to global security from 5 dimensions. Human security, environmental security, national security, transnational security, and transcultural security. Nowadays, many countries try to protect transcultural security by promoting nationalisms, protecting own cultural values, and it is against the diversity. The transnational security is terrorism and so on and so forth. So the rest, you know, so I don't want to say this. Please focus on 5. Transcultural security tackles the issue of transcultural threats. Then there are states which fail because of 2 reasons. One is the government cannot provide security to general public. Another one is economic opportunities. So rights, incentive, opportunities. Government cannot guarantee the economic opportunity means government doesn't have program which can be interpreted as a fair incentives because many of basic rights has been suppressed to certain groups. So another group which enjoy those rights will be upper hand against another. That is a how monopoly status, how cronyism status, how nepotism status. So to provide security to its citizens and providing economic opportunity and public goods, good like environment and good health and economic system and peaceful community, then responsibility should be transferred at one point to regional community involving neighboring countries. This is about security sectors. We need to reform the security sector of such particular country to control regional bets not to spill across borders. So one country security sector reform can improve regional stability. That is why India, China, and they are trying to support in some countries in Asia with internal understanding, which are sometimes very much different from US and Europe viewpoint and Japan viewpoint. The war is connected and it is difficult to stop the flows. So even the bottom billion countries, people cannot be stopped about not to have new ideology and new values, new desire, new wants, like what the rich country people are possessing and enjoying. It's difficult because of globalization. So I will pass this because what I want to say is that there are costs, risks, and gains. National policy in some countries are made based on gain. So-called, in economic terms, expected gains or passive gains, at the cost of actual cost and potential risk. Who will inform this to the public and local offices, NGO are very crucial factors. So there are 2 sectors which can help this and which can improve this equilibrium situation. One is media and another one is academy. So equality promotion in terms of possessing accessibility, information, and opportunities are very important. That means increasing diversity is important. The diversity for bridging the gaps, bridging the divides. By doing so, we can narrow the disparities. So who can make that action from bottom up? It is grassroots action. So academia and grassroots, media and grassroots are two solutions that we shall explore while we are in university as students. So sovereignty is a unit that UN and international organizations apply when they treat every single nation equal. A state sovereignty must be respected. Non-interferences of national domestic affairs of other countries should be respected. That is correct. Provided when there is no humanity in crisis. When there is a situation, it is very much inclined to humanitarian crisis, that sovereignty concept should be transferred to the whatever the potential regional and international community. So we need governance. For that, network governance is necessary to implement responsibility to protect. And this is the components of governance. Today my message is basically towards layman way of saying and towards the students. So these are the components. And then, okay, of course. Why good governance is necessary? Because only good governance can provide satisfaction of people in one way or another. And stability can be the process output, not end goal. And then granting and provision of the insurance, credibility, adaptation. That will be end goal. Unless insurance, adaptability or changes and credibility, there will be no security. So that is how economic security is perceived in the countries where many problems occur and people cannot afford for their daily survivalists, meeting daily survivalists. So the system needs to be changed. The way using information, the way use controlling information. Yes, last night I came here around 11 o'clock. On my way from airport to hotel, my colleagues told me I don't have SIM card, so they stopped me at the 7-Eleven. I was there here last March. SIM card can be easily bought, but this time at 7-Eleven, they took my pictures for about 20 minutes. 1,000 pictures of me they taken, and somebody's cell phone. I don't know how that somebody were. They carefully utilized my photo. And then she asked me to show the password. Taking photo 1,000 times again. And they march and they send somewhere, and then after waiting for 30 minutes, I could buy a SIM card. What does it mean? I think information control. And from the point of view of who? Maybe state, or maybe security sector, or whatever it is. But there are many angles. What about the user side? What about the individual like me? And what about the individual at the 7-Eleven who took the pictures? Do they know rules and regulations, minimum standards, good practice for how to control, how to manage? Where are the enforcement? How to counter? I think there are many lacking aspects and loopholes. What I want to say is that this system is intact. We should move to that system to escape out of present crisis. Everything is based on how information is controlled, who control, why control. Security is necessary only when there is a threat. Threat from who? For who? Reference object is always necessary. In many countries, without reference objects, the overdoing is happening. That is called a need for transformation. So a state without educated workforce, healthy workforce cannot survive. Like the country which doesn't have military and the country which is full of pollution cannot survive for the future. Whatever SDG or MDG. So, good education system is necessary because it's the foundation, keys, essential, core, and also major, the driving force for choices. So, the whole world has a different kind of disparity in different terms, socio-economic, political cultural, political administrative, ideology, or whatever, that we can solve with the one solution by education and means. So people will benefit if there's a good education. Good education doesn't mean only university education. Education available for any individual to become educated, knowledgeable, and intellectual. So this is the launching platform. The conference Chiang Mai University organized, Center for Asian Studies. The Thailand is the educational hub. It can be educational hub. Chiang Mai University can be like that. The link with Japan, India, China, major power, major rising regional powers. And the Western democracies and global norms and global South, major power, Canada, Australia, like that, Switzerland and Russia, superpower US. The Thailand can be at the center. Thailand Educational Institute like Chiang Mai can be center in playing that role. Organizing conference itself should have such kind of foundation perception and concept. So that is what I'm doing with my colleagues about academic diplomacy. It has 9 functions. It is simple, nothing new from what you are doing as academics. The only major difference is I work with the downstairs people, local. Locals are my teachers. Locals are my professors. Locals are my students. We work together. And then not creation, not innovation, but identification and registrations and comparisons. Try to identify similarity and differences. And then give them full of information we possess that we got through studying in the classroom, or getting degree, and over conferences by simple language. So we try to relate with all retirees, the government officials, CSO, media, ordinary people, and the 9 functions. Main goal is to activate. When there's a need, like crisis, we need to introduce preventive measure, preventive diplomacy. Preventive diplomacy cannot be initiated without activation, like SIM card. So academic diplomacy is a kind of normal functions divided into 9 categories to able to strengthen local people and work with them for activation one day. So just poverty related, there are 4 issues: poverty, hunger, inequality, and conflict. All these are done based on 3 country surveys, and which identifying the major problems. Those problems are categorized into the 4 categories, and we use the academic diplomacy project, and we are focusing on 4 themes: rights and security theme, and social transformation theme, and resilient and multicultural communities theme, and democracy dialogue for bridging divides. So with 4 projects, we are going to use the role of academia and media in the very mixing way, and especially about information and idea to be managed in a way conforming with each sector to strengthen, to provide mutual strengthening measures in sorting out the problems. And what are the solving measures? There are 4 measures we are trying to identify: causative approach, causative focus, and curative focus, transformative focus, and promotive focus. Of course, these commonly identified issues are for India, Burma, Thailand, and Japan. But Japan is a different case. So India, Myanmar, Thailand, and we have a common identified problems we call regional themes. And we divided this by comparing similarities and differences, and try to analyze the causative, and try to like the healing measures, curative, and try to promote the transformation like the by use of indigenous measure, and then social innovation, and university academia engagement, and media innovation like that. And we try to promote 4 different transitions: transition to democracy, transition to development, transition to justice, and multiculturalism. So these are what I'm doing and what I want to deliver as a message. Launching platform is necessary, even though we use the academic diplomacy, then we do causative to promotive. We need launching pad, a platform where projectile can be shot like a missile. So, like an institute which can create connectivity, many spot connection, institute which can build corrector between 2 ends. China, India corrector, like that, 2 ends between correctors. And then being set institute which can be center, institute which can be also carrier to distribute are very important. I simply put the Center for ASEAN Study, which has a connectivity potential and corrector potential, and being center and also carrier can make a launching platform. And Thailand CMU, like what I said, if can do this international relations and international connection-based conferences and publication and fee-based, it could be workable. Workable in what sense? This is the ending, this is the conclusion and final message of me. Economic security, first I said, needs basic rights, economic incentives, and opportunities for development. These 3 will not be satisfying and cannot be satisfying unless any educational institute grantee in producing and the nurturing people to have GOP. Grantee, ownership, and partnership. Partnership is only between 2 organizations and 2 countries. No, actually, partnership should be also rooted between individuals. Individuals are center of the society and state. And state will be the central unit and basic unit of the international system. If individuals can be strengthened with their educational measures to promote their economic security through having many grantees, and ownership or decision making, and partnership based on their individualistic power and scale, the economic security can be delivered. Thank you very much. That is my welcome. Sorry, I overused sometimes.
Non-economic security. Any questions or comments? Now we have, okay, one question right behind this gentleman. Would you mind? Yes.
I can say without mic also.
Oh no, just you run.
First of all, I congratulate you for the very nice presentation. You have
Okay, I think it's a little bit.
First of all, I will congratulate you for the very nice presentation. You have interlinked many dimensions of the life that are affecting the common people, not only in Asia but across the world. And just I want to say comments. I don't have the question because you have interviewed many issues simultaneously. My comment is that Asian societies and Western societies have the different aspects. Asian societies is based on the social groups, basically. Their focus is on society, not on the individual. While the Western society, if you will see, their focus is more on, they are going through the more individualistic approach because the market forces are the main driving force there. In Asia also market forces are coming, but they came here later on. So there the individualistic approach, intellect and other things are dominating the discourses of the development and other things. But here in Asian dimension, the society has been the driving force and guiding norms, social norms and values and other things. So how the two differences are creating the problems, or you can say the how, given the two differences, we can address this problem of development, sustainable development, the discourses what you are putting here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, as you correctly pointed out, the two different approaches applied in the Western society and Asian society. That is correct. But partially speaking, in one example, let me give you one example. The Burma or Myanmar belong to Asian society, but in that country, people are very individualistic. So in a way, they are very difficult to organize. But they have their own targets and their own approach and their own accumulation of value, judgment, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, in that country, the kind of like a societal rules through their religions and tradition and custom, how to say, constrain them not to overusing the individualistic rights-based, actually not right-based, like a desire-based approach, not to overrule the societal norms and custom values and so on and so forth, or also religious belief and so on. I don't mean Buddhism, I don't mean Hindu and like that, whatever religion they possess. So that make that country people a bit balanced. What does that balance mean from the governing point of view, government point of view? Difficult to govern. In case of West, the like a self-promotion and identity and individual approach bring them to the highest level of development. In case of some Asian countries, even though they are mixed with the individualist approach, because of the society constraint, they cannot reach to the maximum level. That is one. I have to say this is a constraint in a way. Another one is the two different systems is good, because that shouldn't be like that. One system is right, another system is wrong, cannot say. It is how to say both are useful, I think. Because of the globalization and because of the social connection, everything is mixed. Now the whole world is mixed. So that the point is, the focus is whether that particular system can guarantee like an individual ownership for that person to pursue his or her economic interest without interfering or exploiting or capitalizing by another force. It's the one focus. Even though the system may be two, both system works properly. And then in the third world country, where the bottom billion people live, especially in the LDC countries, the problem occurs not because the system is different in my view. Problem occurs because of individuals, their nature, individual leaders. That leaders has the characteristics which the standardized in the international relation. That should be the characteristics and feature where the leader can build the country with the peace and development and stability together. So those individual leaders possess different characteristics. And those people has a power hierarchy and they use other individuals to suppress other individuals at the bottom. That causes a problem. Even Asian values with the Asian style can produce good results if we can focus on ordinary individuals and leadership individuals to follow the path of the good individuals set and granted by universal values, starting with the human rights, respecting other human rights. I think that is my view.
Okay, I think it's very long enough for this morning. And on the behalf of the moderator, I think from the two points of view, from the economic security this morning will be vulnerable for all participants, including me. So in charge of the moderator, I will give back, the responsibility to the main one, and then we'll see what we have in the afternoon. Please. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Give your back hand, a big hand.
Thank you, Professor Jose Yamahata, Professor Nisit. Now we will conclude our morning session. May I remind that this afternoon session, we have a little bit adjustment. This afternoon session will start on 2 p.m. Starting on 2 p.m. instead of 1 p.m. You can check the presentation schedule and the location from the screen outside the room, as well as the conference proceeding and further information can be found and downloaded from our conference website. The lunch meal we provide at Riangel room. You need to go downstairs and follow the label. And the last thing, whoever haven't completed the evaluation form, please complete it for the online evaluation form by scanning the QR code. And please hand out the paperwork evaluation form. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this morning session. We are again thankful to honor guests and participants to this conference. I wish you enjoy the rest of the day and your stay in Chiang Mai. Thank you.
Back. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yes? Nice lunch? Did you eat a lot of rice? Because if you eat a lot of rice, you will fall asleep. So the aim is to make sure that you do not fall asleep. And we're going to do that by making sure all of you will participate and ask questions. Yes? Yes? Okay, I pick on you first for the first question. Be prepared. So what I suggest you do is when you hear the speaker, you write down a question that you might want to ask. Because this session will be very much driven by the students. The expats or whatever professors will not be here only to speak, and we have 2 students speaking. So this is a very student-orientated session. Okay? Is that okay with everybody? I'm not talking about this prof here. She's come from China. She's very special. So, and our friend from Japan as well. But why don't you come and sit closer? Yeah? You will come and move closer, because it's going to be like a family discussion. Please, please, everyone. Nobody's sitting on the back row. You move forward. Yeah? You move forward. Come and sit closer. There's the seat here. You can sit on the front row if you want. You're all special. You're students. Yeah? Yes, lady, please move to the front. No one can sit on the back row. If anybody comes late, you ask them to sit beside you. Oh, good, very good. So we have a very action-packed afternoon. We're going to start with the old people. So the first speaker is Alex, and the second speaker is myself. And then we have the bright young students from the economics faculty who will be speaking after that. Okay, so let me first introduce Alex Gosler, who I met last evening at the airport and who's become a very close acquaintance. We're living in the same hotel. Now Alex is Managing Director of Gosler Associates and lives in Bangkok. He speaks English, German and Thai. So you can ask your questions in Thai if you would like.
Yes, but you'll get the answer in German.
Okay, fine. He's had a lot of significant global experience, having worked in China, Chicago, Frankfurt, and here in Thailand where he lives. He lives in Bangkok. Now I asked each of the speakers about their interests, particularly on sustainability. So Alex and his family grow trees. Okay, he has mango trees, tamarind, bananas, and he grows this in his Easter Bangkok. So that's the introduction. Welcome, Alex. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A wonderful example of a true teacher. Now, with me, you don't have a teacher. You have a practitioner. I was asked today, what is a practitioner? And the answer is very simple. If the pipe in your bathroom is breaking, you have to call a practitioner to fix it. So I am a practitioner, okay? Not a teacher. Where do I press here?
Alex,
Which one?
maybe not so subtle. So you go to
I go to the right. I press it right. Okay.
go right.
Okay. So what I'm going to share with you today is not a global perspective, but more of a perspective of what you as an individual could learn and do about sustainability. So we've come to realize that the economy is the main cause of existential equilibrium, the balance, basically. So it is economy, not politics, not anything else. Everything else actually follows. So sustainable development, to me, means taking measures to ensure coexistence. And you have to take measures because nothing ever stays still or stays the same. So you have to adapt. Income distribution and growth sustainability. Empirical research suggests that duration of a growth episode relates to, in different countries, differently, basically based on policies, economic management of human capital, okay? So here is an interesting idea by Professor Klaus Schwab, who is, as you may know, the chairman of the World Economic Forum, and he described the fourth industrial revolution in such a way that he said it's a world where individuals move between digital domains and offline reality with the use of connected technology to manage their lives. Basically, it's a generation that you, Raymond, will be talking about. To put it in perspective, the first industrial revolution, I call it an uprising really, it's not really a revolution, it's an uprising, is the change which changed our life from agrarian and handicraft economy to an industrial and machinery economy. That's the first one. The second one, the second revolution, was triggered by the energy supplies of oil and electricity, and we heard a lot about it today, how important that is in the economy still today. And the third revolution was, of course, the information technology revolution. Now, you can look at each one of these as a separate event or as a follow-up event to improve on the previous industrial revolution. And that's how we like to look at it. So it's an improvement. We're getting better and better and better in things, especially in terms of interchange and sharing our knowledge amongst nations and individuals. So here's an explanation of what happened with the sustainable economy in the 60s and 70s. In the 60s and 70s, the expectations was that you'll have a steady growth of income. You will go work for a company for the rest of your life, and then you'll get a nice retirement, and life will be wonderful, right? It started in the 50s, actually. And there may be little bumps, little setbacks, but nothing very dramatic. In the third industrial revolution, it became apparent that the economy is as unstable as anything else. You cannot rely on it. So, on the 2nd of July 1997, I happened to be here, Thailand was forced to float the Thai baht. And that caused a rapid devaluation which triggered a loss of confidence throughout the region. And anybody, maybe you're too young to have experienced that, but it was quite dramatic. They called it the paper tigers, right? So now we realize, oh my goodness, it's not as safe as it could be. But eventually it recovered. So Southeast Asia recovered. In 2007, there was a reference here made earlier from previous speakers. There was a financial crisis that started in the US and caused a global ripple effect throughout 2008. And the reason why it is affecting everybody else is because of the ties of the US dollars to all the other currencies. So this was a big problem, and some institutions and some banks have never recovered from that. So that was a big tectonic disaster. So in the fourth industrial revolution, we are aware of the imminent consequences of an imbalance in the economy that can cause these tremors any time, from which it's difficult to recover. But I'm not going to depress you. I'm going to give you some ideas of how to fight against that. But in a way, we're talking about IMF data and GDP and all kinds of projections, but none of this provide enough answers for sustainability. Absolutely not. We don't know what the future will bring. All we know that the next economic crisis is just around the corner, but when and how big, and we don't know that. So all those data are retrospective data, but not projective data. As a practitioner, I like to think projectively and not retrospectively. So it's slightly different, okay? So what is the reaction to that? To my mind, wait and see is no longer an option. To say, okay, it's not here yet. Let's just wait and see what the financial crisis will bring, and then we will do something about it. No, sir. Cannot. Sustainability demands adjustment in response to fast-changing economic reality. So how are we going to do that? While by and large the fate of the economy is governed by institutions, and we heard some reference to that, I still believe that as individuals we have nevertheless options of augmenting these predicaments. We can, and I will show you some examples, okay? So we don't just have to say, well, the government has to do, and the fight between China and the US has to, you can't influence it. I don't know how to do anything about it, but, there is a but. Adaptability becomes a new mantra. So there is, alongside established quotients like IQ and EQ, which we know, there is now an adaptability quotient. It is taking place in evaluating how people can adapt. How capable is a person or an organization to adapt to changes beyond their control? It sounds very abstract, but it is possible to do that. In fact, it's possible to measure it even. So, the new competitive advantage is widely recognized that adaptability is needed as a feature for successful to counter fast-changing socio-economic realities on both ends of the scale. Now, what do I mean by both ends of the scale? There's always two ends. There's always two ends. It is you and your environment, or you and your government, or you and your company. Those are two ends. But they're always both ends. You're never alone. You're never doing everything by yourself. So, adapt to survive. Adapting does not mean adopting. Do you know the difference between adapting and adopting? Anybody knows the difference? Okay. Adapting means that you take measures, new measures against it. You don't just take somebody else's ideas. but your own ideas, okay? So we'll talk a little bit about efficiency and equality. Beyond the risk of a drastic economic inequality that may trigger financial crisis, it also brings about social and political instability, and we heard about that in a lot of talks today. That is true. So the question is, what do we do about inequality? We need to accept the fact that no matter how well off we are, we did not get there by ourselves, and we will not be able to sustain it by ourselves. This is a key issue here, because many people, among them the current President of the United States, believe that everything is in his power and his decision. Absolutely not, okay? Nobody is like that. So the question is, try to explain this idea to people who are extremely well off and in control of the economy. How do you explain that to them? Like Jeff Bezos, for example. Well, I'm explaining it to them like this. What are the chances of a wealthy minority to survive in a pool of poverty? Not for long. The primary task is to reach a consensus on collaboration that will enable sustainability. Collaboration. With collaboration, you have to make compromise, of course. No question. In fact, equality appears to be the important ingredient in promoting and sustaining growth. Now, equality doesn't mean that everybody gets the same. No. Equality needs to be in relation to the output. So the difference between countries that can sustain growth for many years and the many others that see growth spurts fade quickly may be due to the level of inequality. So the question is, what if this time we are thinking a little differently? Taking a proactive approach towards a balanced economic equality. Not reactive, proactive. So may I introduce you to Hamdi. Hamdi Ulukaya is a refugee. He's a Kurdish refugee who went to the US and became a billionaire. How did he do that? So with no prior experience in the yogurt business, Hamdi has created a yogurt empire called Chobani. With facilities in several states, it achieved over 1 billion in annual sales in less than 5 years after launch. This is not a fiction, this is reality. This is possible to do. One man did this. Why can't we do that? He was not politically aligned, he did not have a political party supporting him. He had, and I will get to this at the end, some human qualities that are absolutely essential in order to succeed. Okay? So by 2011, he has developed a new employment center in several regions in the US. Interestingly, those are the regions that suffered poverty, that lost jobs. Those are the people that eventually voted for Donald Trump. He recognized that people who are in a situation where they're desperate will perform twice, 3 times better than people who are comfortable. Why? Because he was a Kurdish refugee. That's why. So this is his product. Simple product. Best-selling yogurt in the USA. So Hamdi went, in 2014, he donated $2 million to the United Nations High Commissioner to help refugees. He's donated many Muslim charities associated with Syria, which I think would be interesting for you. You're going to talk about Syria, right? Tomorrow. He's busy with his mobile phone. Okay. Hamdi visited the Greek island of Lesbos in September 2015 to see firsthand the situation with the mostly Syrian refugees. Okay? In the winter it gets very cold there. Refugees have to sleep in the cold, and he created a foundation which was a tent foundation to give the refugees some comfort. So there is a man who, besides becoming a billionaire, also goes way out to help other people. Okay. Today, Hamdi's net worth is 1.9 billion US dollars. And why is that important? It's important because he's doing it despite all the conventional prediction of how to become rich. Here's another one. It's a case of Ethiopian Airlines. The reason I put it in there is because our company was the one that built up Ethiopian Airlines for the past 10 years. So I'm very much connected to the African continent and to the situation with Ethiopian Airlines. So the CEO and the management there is quite interesting. They're very confused, but they are hanging together. They know that they cannot do it just by themselves. It's a group of people that somehow work together. And what they've done, they've created the HU village, which is a project for employees who are not earning very much to be able to buy a home. Now you should know that when you go to Addis Ababa, the slums are incredible. People go from the slum to work at the airline in the office. And they have buses to collect all these people from all parts of the city. Now they created the HU village. It's a big village, and they did two things for it. First of all, they gave employees the opportunity to get a home. And second of all, it is tax deductible. There are two benefits in there. Yeah. So here you see the CEO, Mr. Tevolde Gebre Mariam, who is going to live in one of those houses. That's another important thing to know. He's not going to live in a villa up the hill. He's going to live in this village. Here he is planting some trees. You know this guy? Yeah, I know that you know what I'm asking. Anybody else know this guy? No? Okay. This guy is Professor Mohammed Yunus. Mohammed Yunus, he created the Grameen Bank, which is a low investment bank for women who want to buy a sewing machine and so on and so forth. Yeah. So the problem is that once his bank was successful, the government took it away from him. so much for the logic behind it. Because they said, the argument was, he was too old to run this kind of a company. He was too old to run this kind. Think about that. So he became, of course, known for his Nobel Prize, Mohammed Yunus. But these are just some examples of how people can create sustainability in the economy by themselves, with a group of other people, of course. So firstly, he was believing in the human right to have a credit. And secondly, that the poor are those who best understand how to make the situation better. Very close to what Hamdi had in mind. So you see there is a characteristic here, there is a characteristic that you can develop in order to make things better. Right? So what do we learn from this? Cultivating a thriving and sustainable economy is possible for private enterprises. And the reason why I'm talking to you about that is because I don't have big numbers of the World Organization and all that stuff. I could just give you some examples of some people who actually did it. Some key points about inclusiveness. And the points I'm making here coming from my work, it doesn't come from the Google, It comes from my experience working with companies in Africa, in Asia, and in Europe. This is the net conclusion of our work. Yeah? Camaraderie is the way management feels about the people in their organization. Camaraderie, not employees. Okay? Equity is the way they perceive progression while pursuing their task. They have to have a vision, and the vision has to last all the ups and downs in the progression of their endeavor. Achievement is the way they summarize their accomplishment. Corporate culture refers to the shared beliefs, behavior, and the conviction of management to promote extraordinary contributions. Now, I have been asked to give some speeches in Malaysia, in Hong Kong, in the Philippines in regards to ASEAN. And as much as I love ASEAN, all these countries are not cooperating together. They are not. And I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why ASEAN becomes just a phrase, but is not actionable enough to become a force, a real force. So what needs to happen in order to become a proponent of sustainable economic development? Having a personal conviction, imagination, and perseverance. Mohammed Yunus, he persevered all the things that were put in his way, and he just continued doing his vision because he believed in people and he believed in the vision. 5 minutes, is that what you're saying? I didn't say 5 minutes. Okay, I'm almost at the end. Okay. Having proven record of managing a business. The business doesn't have to be successful, but you have to have the experience working with other people. Okay? Creating a viable financial proposition that includes fair compensation metric. Fair compensation metric. So, attracting investments. Recognition of the existence of sustainable development will attract investors because they want to make sure that what they invest in is actually has a future. So you're only going to benefit from that. I suggest to adopt an NPD or a new product development method throughout the organization. That is not just waiting for something and not just trying to cheat the consumer by making things cheaper or more plastic. No, by real innovation, putting real innovation system in the organization. So here's my last slide. If managed amicably, the economy has the potential to become organically biodiverse. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? No. Good. Thank you.
We must have a question. We must have a question from a student. So who wants to volunteer first?
Oh, not me, please. I'm embarrassed.
The gentleman with the grey shirt. Yes, you there? Yes? Hello, yes, you?
Me?
Yes,
I was
you?
looking at my mobile phone.
Please,
what do you want from me?
Please ask a question. You can get help from your friends.
มีคำถามไหมภาษาไทยก็ได้ไม่มีครับมีคำตอบไหมคำตอบก็ไม่มีด้วย
Any question?
Yes.
Okay.
You just mentioned that Asian countries. You just mentioned that Asian countries are not cooperating with each other, and they can be a force for the change. Can you slightly more elaborate it, why they are not cooperating each other and how they can cooperate each other?
Thank you very much. It's a very good question. I believe that each Asian country has their own strengths. Yeah. But instead of offering it as a collaborative incentive to other countries. What they do is try to promote themselves on the basis of how the West is operating. Yeah. So all eyes look to the West, look to America, look to the US dollar, and try to improve their economy on a very simple premise, which is retrospective, not proactive. Yesterday we talked with Raymond about the inflation of shopping centers full of the same products, all coming from Europe or from America. What is going on here? Why are we doing that? In fact, some of my clients are suffering from this stampede towards the already existing. Instead of doing an R&D, new product development, and say, what is our strengths? What are we good at? And how can we cooperate with China, with India, with Thailand? Thailand has its own strengths, I know that. And how can we collaborate and exchange instead of just all running in the same direction? Because what will happen is that eventually all these countries will have to adapt anyways. So the sooner we get together and exchange our strengths in a collaborative manner, the better off we are. Otherwise, the whole ASEAN thing is just a phrase. Thank you.
Any other question? Did you get a question yet? No? Why? All you have to do is ask him one question about his experience. What was he doing in Chicago? What was he doing? Where else have you worked? No, he has to ask the question.
Addis Ababa.
Addis Ababa, okay. Can you pass the microphone? Oh, okay. So please give him the microphone. Then he can ask a question. Yeah, his friends can help him. You ask the question together. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have any questions.
No, you have to get one of your colleagues to help you. You have to have a question. This is a student conference. You are students. Yes, please.
Can I?
Yes, certainly, sir.
My name is Silvana Sai. I'm a master student of Chiang University. Yeah. One of my interests is about the humanity and economy. And your example talk about the company, the enterprise, right? That run by private, but do something that try to help to promote an equality in a country or in a region, something like that. So it's very good enterprise, it's very good purpose. However, in my view, I think I don't see some enterprise or company like to that they do like that in Thai much. Or many, as I see, is like they just try to advertise their company, yeah, just like a marketing. So I want to ask you about your opinion to try to encourage some company like that. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you. You're right. You're right. The Thai companies like to promote themselves for a very short term, selling things and thinking that's it. But there are two companies here in Thailand that I'm working with to try to promote them, to try to convince them to do charity projects. And I will tell you about these two projects in a minute. But just to give you a perspective, not very far from here, from Chiang Mai, there is a refugee camp of Myanmar refugees. How many are there? 60,000, 90,000 refugees, something like that. Okay, they have children don't go to school. They have no electricity. Why don't we help them, for instance? So I have a charity program. As I said, I proposed to 2 companies here in Bangkok to, besides the product that they are producing now, to come out with a charity product, put it on the market right next to all their competition. Okay? And it will be quite clear that it is a charity product. For instance, milk, or for instance, ketchup, or for instance, some other condiment. Now here's the situation. In Thailand, we have feeling of tambun. You know what that is? Tambun means giving. Giving. It's a good indication. You can turn this tambun idea into marketing. Okay? Now imagine, if you will, that you have one ketchup bottle here that says the donation, the profit here goes to charity, and another ketchup bottle, the same amount, the same price, where it doesn't say that. Which one are you going to buy? As a Thai, which one are you going to buy? You're going to buy the one with tambun, yes, because you want to make good. Yeah. Here's an opportunity right here in Thailand. Okay? Now we're in the process of talking to lawyers and legal stuff. It's going to take a year or so before we can make it happen. But there is an opportunity. You just have to open your eyes. And I thank you very much for the question. And I'm very much in favor of trying to encourage those companies to do more charity work. There is opportunity here.
Any other question? Don't be shy. Okay, all right. Alex, thank you very much. Please give Alex a round of applause. Thank you. So now I'm the speaker. You have to be able to multitask nowadays. No? Speaker, moderator, teacher, student. We all have to do everything. Okay. I'm going to talk about your future, the world of work. Is it easy to get a job in Thailand? No? Well, I'm going to give you some secrets. And these secrets will help you get a job. You happy about that? Yeah, oh, you're now smiling. Yeah? Oh, yeah, I can see that. Okay, all right. Well, let's see. So I'm a professor of management practice at the University of Malaya Wales in Malaysia, based in Kuala Lumpur. This is my second visit to Chiang Mai. I've been doing some work with Chiang Mai University, and we're going to talk about Generation Y. Now put your hand up if you are aged between 20 and 30. Yes, most of you. Not you. Put your hand down. And definitely not you. Okay? So this is about you and the way you will work in the future. Who's heard of Google? Yes, put your hand up. Google. You've heard of Google? Have you heard of Google? Yes, put your hand up. Good. And you, even Alex has heard of Google. How many people do you think apply to Google for each job around the world? Who wants to guess? Give me a number. 1,000? Someone say 1,000? Yes. Okay, 1,000. Good guess, but not right. Who else wants to guess? No, not 1 million. That's too high. Do you think it's higher than 1,000 or lower? Higher. You're economists, no? Just to know about these things. On average, it's about 10,000 people apply to one position in Google. Now, why is that? I mean, we've all heard of Google, but there is something about the culture of Google and the way they work that makes them interesting and makes people like you interested. Okay? All right. So we wanted to start to look at this. So we've done a lot of work looking at banking and financial services and insurance companies and people like you working in them. So we had some commonly held myths about Generation Y, you people, that you're always on your iPhone or your Huawei or your Samsung. And it's true. You see, you all have on your desk a handheld device. Okay? You look at Alex, he has a pen and paper. So that's one of the things we wanted to look at. Age between 20 and 30, so people like you who will be probably your first job. And we devised a survey for you and your managers. So we asked your managers who were looking after people in the organization about what they thought about you. Okay? And we used the myth hypothesis just so that you understand the construct from a research point of view. And we worked with Dr. Pyrak here at Chiang Mai and then my fellow researchers in Kuala Lumpur. Okay. We talked to about 2,000 people generally across Thailand. We translated into Thai and Bahasa Indonesia in Indonesia, and we had it in English for Singapore and Malaysia. So you can see the data. In fact, what I'll do is, I have a copy of the report. So whoever asks the first question will get a copy of the report free of charge. What about that? Okay, so these are the myths. This is what the world thinks about you. Okay, they think that, the pointer doesn't work on this. They think that you think you're great because you're smart. Okay? They also think that you're good in technology. Okay? Which I think is probably true, no? You're good in technology, ma'am? Yeah? Yes, don't be shy. And then they think that your parents over here have looked after you too well. They have made it very easy for you. Whatever you want, you're nodding. Whatever you want, you get. Whatever you want to study, you get. Okay? People like Alex and me, we worked very hard, you know? But you guys have it easy. What age did you get your first mobile phone? How old were you when you got your first mobile phone? 15? Okay. That's just a bit late, no? Nowadays, 12 or 13. I got my first mobile phone when I was 22. And I said when I got it, what will I do with this? They said, well, people will call you. I said, but why? They can ring me in the office. So obviously that's a major change. Okay. So as I mentioned, we use myths. And then here's a question. And I want you to guess. It's a number between 0 and 100. So for economists, this is easy for you to do. We asked in Malaysia 1,000 people working in banks, has work met your expectations? Do you like what you do at work? What percentage said no? Right, who wants to guess? This is not for the report, yeah? The report is a question. This is a guess. Do you want to guess? 90%. Or 90? Wow. Have not met expectations. No, it's okay. 90.
Maybe 60.
About 60. Okay, so 90, 60. Any others? Let's have a guess from this side. You, what did you guess? 30, okay. So you think it's better. You? 40. Okay, well, the answer was 64%. So 64% of 1,000 people in Malaysia working in banks are not happy. Yeah? Okay, then we asked, what percentage do you think were dissatisfied with their managers? So they're working in a bank and they're not happy with their manager. What percentage? Who wants to have another guess? You're working out. Yeah? Guess? Yes, you. 50, okay. Anybody else? You? 80, okay. You? 75 or something. So 75 point something. Okay. Anybody else? 40, okay. Alright, you see, I know what you're thinking in your mind, yeah? It was only 15%. Okay, so it wasn't as bad as you thought. So there's a story here. So they're not happy in work, but it's not necessarily their boss's fault. So that was the question that we came on to study. So, the first myth was Gen Y's expectations, what you expect in the workplace, are difficult to meet. Because when you talk to recruiters, are you showing me the card already? Oh, okay. I thought you were showing me the 2-minute card. I've only just started. No, okay. Be confident, no? They say, oh, Generation Y, they're very difficult to hire. They're never happy. They've got lots of demands. Okay? So, you are perceived as being difficult by the recruiters. So here's the results. Okay, we have Thailand on the right, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And actually what it shows is, largely, that in Thailand, most of you are happy. Work was better than you thought. 34% of you are quite satisfied, more than satisfied. Okay? Interestingly, in Malaysia, people were less satisfied. But you can see the results of Indonesia and Singapore as well. Now it might be, in Malaysia, that Malaysia, a lot of people, almost 3 million Malaysians work in Singapore. So there's a very strong sense of migration. And the pay in Singapore is 2 or 3 times what it would be in Malaysia for a similar role. So a lot of people think, well, I'm working for a bank in Malaysia, I could be doing the same job in Singapore, and that might be one of the reasons. So that's the first myth we looked at. We got 6 of these, okay? So the second one was your leadership expectations, okay, are difficult to satisfy. And Alex started on the leadership notion, because what you want to do is to lead, to be the boss, okay? And what you don't like, from our research, is very traditional hierarchical boundaries. Lots of managers above you, okay? Which is why Google is successful. Google is very flat as an organization. Okay, and that you don't like critical feedback. You don't like to be asked questions in conferences. Is it true? Okay, here's the results. Okay, so actually the answer is largely that this is not true. That basically people are generally quite satisfied with their managers. There's a higher number of dissatisfaction in Malaysia and Singapore, but in Thailand, actually your managers treat you quite well. Okay, let's move on to number 3. You're all about money. Is it true? Are you only interested in money? Yes. He says yes. Yes? No? 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 Yeah? No? Okay. Alright, well let's see. So that you're only interested in monetary benefits. Is that true? Well, here's the results. Okay? Actually, it's not the main reason that motivates you. It is in Indonesia and Singapore, and we're not quite sure why, but they had a tendency to be more interested in money. But actually, on the whole, in Thailand and Malaysia, you'll see at the bottom, and it's quite neutral actually for Indonesia and Singapore. So that myth is not true, which is good for you, because when this was published, the employers were very interested in this. Okay, number 4. You lack commitment in the workplace. You don't work hard enough. True or not? You think you don't work hard, or you do work hard?
I prefer to.
Just average.
Don't work too hard.
Yeah, okay. Is that everybody else the same? You like not to work too hard? Yes? Yeah, okay. So that's 2 of you at least said that. All right. So they think you're less engaged and committed, and you want work-life balance. Okay? So here's the results. The question is, am I willing to go the extra mile? Actually, Thailand is the lowest. So that supports what you were saying. In Indonesia, people are prepared to work very hard. Very hard working. And actually, if you go to places like Malaysia, there's a lot of Indonesians working there. Okay? So, it's not one of the top priorities, but it remains a high priority for their managers. Okay? But generally, 60% of Generation Y will go the extra mile. And that's very important once you start working, that actually your manager notices your commitment to work. It's very important. Okay. Number 5. You're ambitious. Now, ambition is a good thing, no? Yes or no? Yes, of course. We want ambitious people. Wanting rapid career progression. Sound interesting? Okay, here's the results. Okay? Not in Thailand, according to this. So about half the people in Thailand said they would like to progress, but they're not overly ambitious. So they're very supportive of the infrastructure that they have in place. Okay? And finally, the final myth, you're not loyal. If you work for your first job, how long will you spend there for your first job, do you think? How many years or months? 2 years. Anybody else? How many? 1 year. Okay, all right, see? So that's what the managers think. That's why they think, do I want to hire you? You're only going to be here 1 to 2 years. Okay? But you are more mobile. The advantage of the industry nowadays is very mobile. Okay, so here's the data. Actually, Thais are quite loyal. And one of the reasons for that is actually language. Your ability to move outside Thailand can be limited unless your English is sufficient. That's one of the reasons. Malaysia and Singapore are very mobile. If you talk to a Malaysian student, if I talk to my students in Malaysia, they say 2 years, oh, that's long time. 18 months is enough. 2 years. After 3 years, they're thinking like, wow, I need to go. Okay? So, there's a very high commitment among Gen Y in Indonesia and Thailand, but job hopping is more pronounced in Malaysia and Singapore. Okay? You got your picture? You don't want a picture of me?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay, ready?
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
She will delete that in 5 minutes, don't worry. Okay, alright. So then we said, what are the top priorities? So what you have is, this is by country. Okay? So let's just concentrate on Thailand because we're in Thailand, okay? Social atmosphere, independence at work, and challenging and interesting work. And you'll see a common trait that challenging and interesting work, which is top in Malaysia and number 3 in Thailand, is very common. And that's a good thing. People want to be engaged at work and interested, but they don't want to do normal work, they want to do challenging and interesting work. I think that's very important. So then we ask their managers, your managers, what they think are the top 3 priorities. Some of it's the same, but some of it is different. And this raises the relationship between the manager and the Gen Y worker. So you see in Thailand, you want to use your knowledge and ability, what you've learned here at Chiang Mai in economics, okay? Challenge and interesting work and career advancement. You want to get on in your career, okay? But then we have to look at the managers as well, because we just look at Gen Y without looking at the managers. So we ask them, what are their most important things? And your manager's most important attribute is the high salary. Okay, so it's different from Gen Y. He's thinking about salary. He's also thinking about career advancement, but in a different way to Gen Y. His advancement is more about, he's now in his 30s or 40s, typically, and where is he going to go with his family? And so in his job. And also his personal development. I mean, you finished university education, but you'll be trained in each job that you go into. So the similarities actually are career advancement, which is very good for both the Gen Y and also for the manager, because actually you have the same interest. And then you'll see the other attributes. This is Gen Y, and this is managers. Okay? And you'll see similarities: teamwork, independence at work, challenge and interesting work. Managers are very interested in work-life balance because they have kids, they have families, and so their ability to work longer hours is somewhat limited. But you also said that you didn't want to work that, not that much, but you wanted a reasonable balance of life. Okay, let me just look country by country. I mean, if you see the report, you can see the details. How am I doing for time? Yes? How many minutes? 10 minutes, okay, all right. So this is Indonesia, and what you'll see is the strengths. So that we had 20 attributes, and we ranked them and did some analysis. So actually, career advancement is a good strength in Indonesia. But there's less alignment with salary and teamwork, okay? So that's the Indonesian financial services industry. So a good manager really needs to balance that role with teamwork while having a good organization and backed by compensation. That's what keeps and motivates Generation Y in Indonesia. Okay? So now we go to Singapore. Any of you got any friends working in Singapore? Yeah, but you are not Thai. So you don't have any friends in Singapore, no? You need to get on Facebook. You need to get friends in Singapore. Network, network, network. Okay? Alright. So, actually, they're generally happy. You'll see the blue circle. Good managers, leaders, good work-life balance. Although Singaporeans work exceptionally hard. So very long hours. If you join the accountancy profession, you could be working 12-hour days. It's very, very common. Okay, but on the downside, the salary doesn't necessarily reward you, and career advancement is limited, because Singapore is very competitive, as you know, in the sense of an international market, particularly in the financial services sector. Okay? All right. So Malaysia, you can tell us whether you agree with this, Amin. So for Malaysia, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Satisfaction rates in Malaysia are low, and the relationship with their manager is good, but could be better. Oops. Okay. And what they don't like is the independence at work. They find Malaysia a very controlled market. So the boss is really the boss. And the boss will not listen to their ideas and won't ask them for their input. They'll just do the task. Okay? But they like working in teams. And they work very well in teams. Okay, now the important one, Thailand. You ready? Sure? Are you ready? You're eating. You should be sitting there like so excited. Okay. So, here in Thailand, independence of work, which is a bit similar to Malaysia. So you spend all your time listening to what your boss tells you to do, and you want to be more independent. But the social atmosphere you like, and also you like the type of work being given to you. So actually, in Thailand, it seems that people working in banking, financial services, are in a better position than in Malaysia. Okay, so that's quite interesting in itself. Do you agree with that? Anybody disagree? Anything? Any of you surprised by the results? No? So, what are the missing skills? I mean, you have a degree from Chiang Mai, you're in economics, you've studied, you do well. Okay, so this is what the views are of missing skills. Teamworking skills in Indonesia, qualifications. A lot of people have lesser qualifications than they have here in Thailand or Malaysia. In Malaysia, it's experience. We have students very well trained in universities, but they lack any experience. And so therefore, there's a cost to industry to recruit them. Okay, let's move to Singapore and Thailand. Actually, it's good as a comparison, because as I mentioned the point, Thais, the challenge is foreign languages. Your ability to communicate in English is very important in the global market. So very important. Leadership management skills, IT skills. I think Thais are technically very strong, but you see the difference in Singapore. Already it's leadership and management skills. So they're already at the next level. They're already thinking about the future. So that's something you might want to think about. How would you develop your leadership and management skills? One of the simplest things is to ask questions at conferences. It's very easy. At the same time as drinking your tea. I mean, they don't even bring the tea for the presenter, no? I don't get anything. I mean, thank you. Alex. Okay, Singapore and Thailand managers are demanding in terms of leadership, which is good, okay? And technical skills and language proficiency I've already raised. Okay, how am I doing? We're coming to the end now. How many minutes? 5 minutes, hold it high. Yes, 5 minutes left. Okay, all right, how is it viewed by managers? So this is the biggest challenge in managing why viewed by managers. Well, let's just go to Singapore and Thailand. In Thailand, it's managing your expectations. Maybe you're too demanding. I don't know. Managing differences between age groups. Cultures like Malaysia and Thailand have a very strong respect for hierarchy, which makes it very difficult for you to be demanding of your boss. You listen to what your boss says, but the challenge with, which is good, but the challenge with that is then you don't get necessarily innovation. Ideas can come from anywhere, and that's very important that we do that. Okay? And also they want to develop skills in you. I mean, the nice thing is that they recognize they want to give you skills. Okay? So how does this fit with SDGs? Okay, well interesting, this is from PwC. Interesting, on the left side, 72% of companies mention SDGs in their sustainability report. But if you look to the right, it's a very half-hearted response. 50% of companies have identified priorities, so it's a lot lower than the 72. 54% of those priorities goals mention them in their business strategy. So again, a half-hearted commitment. Only 19% have the CEO or chair saying something meaningful about SDG. And only 23% actually measure the actual impact or using a KPI. So I think there's a long way to go. Okay, but the 72% is encouraging. But there's room for the future. So what's the priority? Well, it seems to be, which is 80%, I think that's 8, which is, I can't read what it says. What's number 8? Anyone know what number 8 is in SDGs? I can test this. Is it education? I'm not sure. But on the whole, I think it's a very mixed bag. And so that's something you might want to think about for the future. When you look at companies like Google, big companies like that, they have these things because they're very important for, not you, Gen Y, you're too old now. We're now working on Gen Z. The role of Gen Z is very different in the organization than Gen Y. So Gen Z, people who are from 17 up to 21, are thinking of actually SDG related issues. The role of the planet, you know, pollution, okay? Those are the issues. All right. Let me stop there since I have a 2-minute mark. I'm a perfect speaker, you see. I finish on perfect with the side. So I'm looking forward with excitement to the question you might have. In a minute, Alex. Yes, please.
So, I want to ask you, so like in China, we have the people complain the 996 system in Alibaba, the company Alibaba, which means like work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and 6 days per week. So how do you think of this system? Thank you.
That's a very, very good question. And actually, Jack Ma, who I've met and has been to Malaysia, his view is this. He's officially quoted as this. Why do you want to come and work for Alibaba if you don't want to work 6 days a week from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.? We are a fantastic company. You should want to be here. That's his view. So it's a personal choice. I mean, it's a very interesting company. He's a very interesting person. You heard his story about trying to get into Harvard, 11 times, and even getting a job for KFC. He went to an interview at KFC, and they wanted to hire 4 people, and there were 5 of them, him and 4 other colleagues. The only one they didn't hire was Jack Ma. Okay, so he's had a struggle to do as well as he's done, but he's built a great, great company, and he's put, in a sense, China on the stage, which is a fantastic story. But he's so passionate because he's the owner. Why wouldn't you want to work 23 hours a day? So it's a choice. And people at Google are very similar. They're very committed to the organization. And the US has many organizations like that. There's a shoe company called Zappos. All they do is they make shoes. But their customer care and customer service is so good, people are fighting to go and work there. Yeah? So balance is a personal thing. If you want balance, then Alibaba is not the place. Okay, Alex, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. And my question, Raymond, is in regards to the companies. What can the companies do to make employments more sustainable over a longer period of time?
Okay, I think you're alluding to the fact that there's high turnover, people don't, yeah. So you see, companies want it both ways. They want loyalty, 12-hour days or whatever, and if you work for an accountancy firm, a PwC or KPMG or Deloitte, you will work as a new hire 12 hours a day. You might not think you will be doing it, but I tell you, that's what they expect. And that's the base of the foundation. Because they want commitment. But, when it comes to market forces, and they decide that they need less people, they let people go. So this is where they've lost out. The trust that was there between the corporate and the individual has largely been eroded. The other thing is, being honest, I remember asking someone, you're working with Deloitte. Why did you choose to work for Deloitte? What about PwC or KPMG or... He said, oh, Deloitte was the only one that offered me the job. So actually, people largely work for a brand that they don't mind, but actually their boss is the most important. And that's why we spend the time looking at their managers. Because actually, the name on the door, whether it's PwC, KPMG or Deloitte, or even many of the other companies, is largely the same. It's hierarchical, it's restricted, the work is not very interesting, and you're just a worker. You know, it's no different from being in a factory, even if you're in a slightly higher level. So they want it both ways, and that's the problem. But now they're trying to engage people. So this notion of engagement, because it's not about hard work, it's about engagement. Would you promote this company to your friends, to actually in the marketplace? And people feel very different about work. You know, you may be happy at work, but you may not want to promote it. Do you want any feedback, any comment back, or?
Yes, that's very interesting. It's still, to me, from the perspective of the recipient rather than the organization. As a matter of fact, one of our ex-employees went to Deloitte to work. He stayed there for 9 months and left to another company. So the job hopping thing is very dangerous. And it's very dangerous for you young people, because at the end of the day you will have no growth experience, which you can only get if you stay longer in the company. I know from my own experience that it takes a long time for somebody to get into a company and become efficient and more productive in the work they do. Within 1 year, you cannot accomplish anything. So as much as the companies are now greedy and want more money to make people work longer, what actually works better is for people staying longer. And I have not seen yet any serious attempt, especially in Asia here, for companies to say, we have a program for you where you will stay here for 20 years. We promise you that. And here's our program, here's a succession. And that's the question, is there anything in the pipeline?
Well, 20 years is a very long time, Alex, as you know. People are looking at sort of the 2 to 3 year horizon, because also the cyclical nature of markets, and also the financial reporting. I mean, quarterly reporting is the curse of most listed companies. You know, you're driven by the market. And so when profits are down, the first thing they will do is they will lay off people. And that's the only way they can control the interests of the shareholders and to keep the shareholders off their back. So, you know, Unilever has tried to deal with just annual reporting, and I think have been some successful. Paul Polman did a good job with that. Allowing them to grow as a company. Because 3 months a quarter is just not long enough to do many things, particularly on innovation. So, in fact, some of the more privately held companies are actually doing the more innovative stuff, like Alibaba. But then they want the commitment. They want you to be really there. So I think if you were to join Alibaba and to work 9 hours a day and 6 days a week, you would develop. And you would probably develop more than in a conventional, ordinary company, 9 till 5. Okay? Any last question from a student? Anyone worried? Anyone got a job interview next week? Are you worried about? No? Don't look away, it's okay, I know the tricks. I used to be a student, remember? Any question from you? No? Okay. You know what students do when you ask them a question in class? The first thing they do is, when you look at them, they all suddenly look down at their papers. Yeah? Because they've suddenly discovered something that's new and interesting. So it's like what I did with you. What's your name? Yes? Donut. Okay. So what Donut did was look down. So I go up to him. And it's like the people who sit on the back row. Hello, ladies. You came late, no? Why?
Because we go on the wrong page. I think we have a conference on the other page nearing Chiang Mai University.
Oh, you went to the other place. Oh, dear me. Not good instructions, no? Okay, I thought you went to the engineering conference. Okay, well that's the end of my session. The next session... Okay, we'll be quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just you mentioned that the Thailand people wants to have the work balance.
Yes.
Life and personal life and work balance.
Yeah.
And you were saying that from the organization sides, they want more commitment and 12 hours, 6 weeks, like these things. So how these people will make a balance between their life and their work, their career and other things?
Well, some of it is about the choices of the companies that they...
If they are personal choices.
It is. Has to
be. It has to be.
Yeah.
And all the things are run by the market. Then how the situation is going towards the sustainable development?
Well, maybe it won't. I mean, don't forget, these are goals. The thing about sustainable development is these are goals.
Okay.
So whether people will achieve them, you saw the data from PwC. I think people are not achieving the goals.
No, the way the sir projected the sustainable development goals and the realizations, there should be the balance between the market, personal life, environment, everything.
There should be, but there isn't in reality.
But this is not the reality.
It's not the reality because people are chasing shareholder value and shareholder returns. You know, I mean, Alex's case about building the village in Ethiopia, and that's the way it used to be done. You know Cadbury's chocolate? Who knows Cadbury's chocolate? You don't have Cadbury's chocolate here? Cadbury's.
I think you have it.
Cadbury chocolate? No? Well, Cadbury's chocolate is made by a company called Bourneville. And they I mean, this was in the 50s. They created a village for the workers because they wanted to have a factory and they didn't want the workers traveling a long way. They couldn't afford housing, so they built them housing. They built a village. It was called the Bourneville Village. And you could walk to work and go to the factory and make the chocolate. But, you know, people are very, very short term. And that's the challenge at the moment. Okay, but thank you for your questions. Thank you for your excitement and encouragement, and thank you to me. Very good questions this time. Now we move on to Pachada. Okay, who's going to talk about factors affecting agricultural land productivity in Thailand. Okay, so welcome. Okay. It's on there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pachara Bosher. I am a master degree student from Faculty of Economics, Chiang University. Today, I would like to present the study in topic of factors affecting agricultural land productivity of Thailand. First of all, I would like to explain why I study in this field. You will see from the statistics show the agricultural product of Thailand has a big export value and they tend to increase over year. And when we focus on the Thai labor, there are almost 13 million people in agriculture sector, which is the biggest part of Thai labor, account to around 34%. And we can say that most of Thai people are working in the agricultural sector. However, most of Thai farmers still have problem in terms of the poverty problem, and this problem make a result to farmer doing a small size of farm production. And when we talk about the Thai crop in Thailand, the top 5 economic crops include rice, rubber, sugarcane, cassava, and oil palm. For the crop that we interested in this study includes 2 types of crop. The first one is rice. Rice has been the main crop of Thai farmer for a long time, and you will see the statistics. The price of rice has increased to 0.7%. That means rice still be a good choice for farming in nowadays. And the second crop, Cassava be like a star of Thai coffee nowadays. You will see the price of cassava jump to the higher price in 2018, around 36%. So, in this study, we choose the rice and cassava to be the insulated crop. When we look at the land productivity of crop, you will see the rice yield of Thailand is lower than the average of world. But for the cassava yield, like I said, cassava be a star of Thai crop. The average cassava yield of Thailand is higher than the average of world. However, the adjustment in the farm production of Thai household, especially in terms of the land productivity of crop, is an important solution to improve the rural farm in terms of productivity and also increase the income of farm. So this study aims to examine the factor affecting agricultural land productivity of Thailand. For the factor that we interested, the first one, expenditure of crop input, is explain how much the household spend on crop input in farm production. And the second one is the highest education level of household member, represent the knowledge of household, and the number of family labor, represent the labor force in household. The age of household leader explain the experience of leader, and the square term of the crop input expenditure. It shows how the expansion of input in farm production. And the last one is the action term of the crop input and expenditure, and the leader age. These two factors combine into represent ability of leader to manage input of crop production. And this study used the secondary data from Thousand Thai project, which is the panel data of around 282 households from 4 provinces along 15 years. And for the methodology of this study, due to the data used in this study are the panel data, for avoid heterogeneity bias problem, which is the unobserved effect, maybe in terms of household specific characteristic and the time invariant. So the fixed effect model and random effect model, which can eliminate this problem, were used in this study. The model to estimating the 6 factor and land productivity of rice and cassava can specify as these two equations. After estimating fixed effect and random effect model, the study used the enhancement test to find the suitable model for the data. If the unobserved effect and independent variable are not correlated, we will use the random effect model. But if unobserved effect and independent variable are correlated, we will use the fixed effect model. The result from the Husman case found that the statistic value significant at one level for the light equation and significant at 5% level for the Kasawa equation. So we make a decision use fixed effect model to estimate these two equations. And this table show the result from estimating. In the fixed effect model, in light equation, you will see there are 6 factors significantly affect on land productivity of light at 1%. By has 3 of them has positive effect on light productivity. There are expenditure of crop input, the number of household labor, and the interaction term of crop input expenditure and the litter age. On the other way, the square term of the input expenditure, the highest education level of household member, and the age of household leader has a negative effect on the land productivity of life. And for the Kasawa equation, it has only one factor that significantly affect land productivity of Kasawa at 1%, and 2 factors significant at 5% level. The positive effect factor include the expenditure of crop input and the age of household leader. But for the interaction term of crop input expenditure and leader age, it has negative effect on the land productivity of Kasawa. For this result, you will see that the spending in input of production has an advantage for land productivity of crop, and also in terms of the number of labor represented, labor force is also important as well. And this result, I hope, will be benefit for the development in agricultural sector in future. This is all my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Is there a microphone? Okay, very good. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive review. Okay, questions to your colleague? She's a fellow student, so be nice to her. Ask her a nice, easy question. Then you look good, and she looks even better. Okay, so any questions? Ladies at the back, you have a question? Why? You're not paying attention, that's why. It's always respectful to listen to your colleagues. You should learn that. Any questions?
Okay, so I can have some comments more than
please,
question.
please.
Like, I think it's very interesting that you have very comprehensive data on like both the cost and production, right? And therefore, and then I understand that you have household that have that grow rice and household that grow cassava and a household that grow both, right? So we just like talking that it would be, I mean, like I think your work is already very good, but it would be even more interesting if you study like economy of scope. You know, like if you grow both rice and cassava, or you grow just rice and just cassava, would it increase your productivity? So we just think that it can be interesting, and we also know that you not only have data on rice cassava, you have data on everything, right? Yes. So you can even play further, like what combination would give you good economy of scope, or at least like lower risk of the price and everything. Okay, so thank you.
And now I studying in terms of the model that can use the household that both rice and cassava. Yes. And the equation will have some relation together. I have to study more about the model that can solve this problem.
So you already did. Okay, so let us know if you have like higher productivity if you go both, or but take into account the economy of scale too. Okay, because like when you go both, you tend to have like bigger land, and that affect productivity. So control that.
I mean, I think it's an excellent suggestion, but in reality, people don't do it. You know, they don't divide their farm into 2 halves, which is what you would need to get reliable data. But I think it's a very interesting question.
From this data, actually, the household who grow different kind of crops, right?
Yeah.
They not separate or diversify the products.
Yeah.
They just go this time of the year grow rice, the next time of the year grow another crop.
Okay.
Rotation.
So rotation.
Not
Okay.
diversified crop in the same time.
Yeah.
So it's hard to see what is the economy of scope. If we have limit of time, we may have to think another way.
I think the worrying thing for me was the negative correlation with education. You know? Well, I mean, why would that be? I mean, for rice, the negative correlation was significant, no?
No, if we look in the farm or in the field, I think because the rice, we use more field works. So if the leader is very older, it might be hard to do the work on the field, right? And also the management of the input and other equipment of the farm. That's what I think, in my opinion, maybe not real.
But are the rice fields here, are they big? I mean, what sort of size would they be typically? What's the typical size of a rice farm? Is it a small holding or a big thing?
Actually, this data came from 4 provinces. This data we use it mixed small farm and medium farm and also the large farm, not a specific size of farm.
Yeah, because it's interesting in Malaysia. One of the challenges is the small holdings are quite small, and so what they're trying to say to them is if we all got together and created one big, you'd have much greater productivity. But nobody wants to do that. They all want to own their little piece because they own it,
But I think currently in Thailand, in the northeast, they have the chair equipment and the chair cropping for the rice farm.
All right. Okay. All right. Has that been useful for you? Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause again for. So our next speaker, last but by no means least, is Ling Ling, and she's going to speak again on food adoption in business events and the analysis of the hotel's perspective. So that's very interesting because we know Thailand is very good for tourism. So thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished professor, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm gonna make a presentation on my proposed model on the topic of antecedents of local food adoption in the business events from hotel's perspective. Today my presentation will be divided into 4 parts, include the background and significance of the study, Objectives of the study, conceptual framework, and the research methodology. First, I'd like to begin by the background of the study. As we can see in the picture 1, the data from the Thailand Mice Intelligence. In 2004, there was only about 330,000 mice visitors to Thailand. However, during the 14 years period, Thailand witnessed a significant growth in the mice visitor to the number of about 1.2 million in the year of 2018. Also, the mice revenue also increased significantly from the year in 2004, about 31,000 million baht in 2004, and the revenue increased to about 130,000 million baht in 2018. Even though the frequencies of hosting business events on the one hand bring great revenue to Thailand, however, it also brings some negative impacts to the whole country, such as the resource waste, environmental degradation, and the pressure bring to the host community. Under this problematic issue, the event sustainability chain become a priority among the industry that calls for economic, environmental, and social sustainability in the region, so as to maximize the positive impact, minimize the negative impact, and leave a beneficial legacy to the host community as well as the stakeholders of the business event. Among various kinds, the value competition became more and more important in the region, and the local authority across the industry and the country also put some supervision in the business event. So adopting the sustainable practice seems to be a solution, since it can reduce the economic cost of the business event and can establish a very reliable and social image of the company, and it became the venue competitive tool of the business event across the competition. Among various kinds of sustainable practice adoption, local food, because of its strong performance in environmental, economic, and social sustainability, the business event attendees and organizers pay their attention to the local food. Just like today's event, what you eat, people may think a lot about where the food comes from. Is it safety or its originals? So hotel, as one of the significant party in hosting the business event, they also turn to the adoption of local food to provide the customer the local authentic attraction to the customer, to improve its competitive advantages, to differentiate themselves from their competitors. However, even though there are plenty of research study about the factor influencing consumers and restaurants' perception of the local food, such as the benefits and barrier of local food consumption. However, even though the local food has been one of the top 3 chains in the MICE business event industry, but there are very rare research studies about the antecedent of local food adoption in the business event, especially from hotel's perspective. And next, we selected some significant studies in recent years. It shows that hotel decision makers and business events recognize the purchasing of local food as very important, but some hotels are very reluctant to adopt the local food because of the potential barriers. The study has been taken in Thailand, has been taken in USA, Middle East, Europeans. However, detailed studies were taken in Thailand. In 2017, A research conducted by Patient Line pointed out that studies in the event sustainability should give more emphasis to hotel and venue selection in Thailand. So that's the reason why today I want to propose my study. And I think there may be 4 significances of my study can make. First one is the academic level. Some data collected in my study can contribute to further study in the field of business event and hotels to provide the first-hand data. And the hotel perspective, it can open some niche market of the local food to improve its event sustainability and competitiveness. The business event can also strengthen the event sustainability and competitive advantage by cooperating well with the hotels, guarantee the quality and food of the local food. Local community can also strengthen the economic tie between the hotels and increase their revenue made from the local food. And the objectives of the study in this hotel mainly consist of 3 parts. First one, we try to explore what antecedents are considered to be critical by hotel industry when they decide to implement the local food adoption during hosting the business events, and how hotels' attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavior control, and behavioral intention toward the local food adoption in business event affect its actual behavior. And finally, to provide some implication for future study of local food in the context of business events from hotels' perspective. And the conceptual framework of the study. This study implies the SEM, structural equation modeling, to investigate antecedent of local food adoption in business event. The conceptual framework of this study incorporates about 5 parts: ATT, attitude, subjective norm, SM, perceived behavioral control, PBC, and behavioral intention, BI, actual behavior of the local food adoption in business event. 9 causal correlationship representing by 9 hypotheses will be further postulated for investigation next. And as we can see in the circle 1, ATT, SN, PBC, BI, and AB are the main construct of this study. The attitude, SN, perceived behavioral control, and behavioral intention are the proposed independent variable of this study, and the actual behavior is the dependent variable. This study is built based on the theory of planned behavior. And the left-hand side, the rectangle one, is the indicators of each variables that are mainly adapted from previous research and questionnaire about the attitude level, the perceived behavioral control, environmental concern, perceived value, product trust, and the perceived attribute are the indicators of the study. And the subjective norms are about the pressure come from significant others, from from society, stakeholders, and competitor association, as well as employees. About the PBC, that consists of 2 parts: the perceived availability and the self-confidence of the study. Since this just the proposed model, and we use the questionnaire as the questionnaire to collect our first-hand data. The research methodology will consist of 2 parts: about the questionnaire that consists of qualitative and quantitative methods. And we will make a literature review based on previous research to guarantee the content validities of the study. And then the proposed model will be sent to some experts in the field of business events and hotel industry to guarantee the face validity. And then we will take a pilot test and the sample size about 30 hotels sent to the hotels in country to guarantee our understandability and the reliability of the study. And the result from the data collecting from the pilot test will be analyzed in our program to test the reliability and loading of the factors. And then a revised questionnaire will be sent to hotels based on 7 Likert scale. The population of the study will be the hotels in Thailand that have ever implemented the local food adoption. And the sample of this study are mainly taken from five main cities in Thailand. They are Bangkok, Phuket, Khon Kaen, Pattaya, and Chiang Mai. And our sampling method is the convenience online sampling via the email based on our database of the hotel information. And the sampling size is decided by the numbers of variables and the parameters to be estimated in the study. That based on the principle of multivariate analysis, the version of Hare Anderson on 2014, based on according to our construct and indicators to estimate the sample size of between 200 and 400 is reliable. Over them may contribute to overestimation, less than 200 may be underestimation. And that's all of my proposed model, and I'd like to know any post of feasibility of the improvement. Thank you.
So questions from the floor? I see the ladies I picked on have left. The 3 ladies at the back. I only like to have students who are taking any interest. Can you go back to your 7 Likert scale? I'm always worried about Likert scales with there's a big debate with researchers with even and uneven Likert scales. And the problem with a 5 or a 7 is people then start to mark the central score. Psychologically, it's easier to go down the middle. So the advantage of an even Likert scale is that it forces you to make a positive or negative decision. Do you have any views?
Based on previous research, it seems that the 7 Likert scale can evaluate more precisely about respondents' opinion about the items. So that's the reason why I chose 7 Likert.
Why wouldn't you use 5 Likert or 4 Likert? Anyone? You're a faculty member, yeah? I know it's the American style of always having an uneven Likert scale. But there's a tendency psychologically to mark in the middle. You are driven in that direction. And if you see it with student evaluation forms, it's exactly the same. They rate everybody a 3 in a 5-point scale because it's down the middle. It lessens the ability of them to make a conscious decision.
You already decided your questionnaire?
Now I will revise again.
Actually, maybe it should be
I
depend
divide
on
already.
question as well.
Present here.
How we want to determine.
I kind of feel like it depends on the objectives of the questionnaire. If it's okay to be like in the middle, then but if it's designed for a decision making, then you want everyone to vote either ways, then it should be even. But if it's for the evaluation that not going toward like decision making, then it might be okay to be evaluated at decent, like in the middle, I guess.
Okay, but I agree with you, but she does want to make a conclusion. I mean, she's deciding the menus essentially on hotels. I think the other observation I would make, can you go back to your cities? Pattaya, Bangkok, okay. So what you got in Bangkok is a very international audience. Maybe the same in Phuket. Khon Kaen, I don't know, so maybe that's more domestic. But Pattaya is also international, and Chiang Mai. I mean, my prediction is you will get a bias towards international food in an international market and local food in a domestic market. Is that true, do you think, or?
Is it a study area, right? And was it the sample where?
Well, she's got 200, 400, so it's divided by 5 cities.
That's the sample size anywhere. The population sample, the Thai foreigner or Thai or
can control
also the foreigner.
Province perhaps.
Yeah. I think I mean, I would choose between either Phuket or Pattaya, because I think you're going to get a similar reaction. And then go to a local, more domestic market along with Chiang Mai and Khon Kaen. I don't know, but I would look at that again. Because we're staying in a hotel 5 minutes from here. And I come from, I live in Malaysia. And so when I came to the restaurant last night, I said, what Thai food do you have? And it's all international food. You know, because it's perceived as an international market.
The local food used in this study not only just measure about the style of the food, but also means that the ingredients that comes from the local community, such as the local farmer or the local district, that they source their local food to the hotels and then supply and make it in the menus of in the hotel.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I think that's a very good aim of the study. But I just sense that the more local the food, the more local the dish. But that could be a bias that I have. I mean, my colleague had a burger, so unless the beef is coming from a sustainable source within 5 kilometers of the hotel, I don't think it's would fit your criteria. And most beef is manufactured, and you listen to Dr. Pyrak talking about the Wagyu beef. You know, most Wagyu beef comes from Vietnam. I mean, it's quite amazing. I think someone that has never seen Japan in its life. But anyway, that's a different thing. But I would ask you to look at the Likert scale, because I think there's a fundamental debate about that.
Excuse me, about the Likert scale, there's some research that said that in order to reduce the level of bias, to answer the question, for example, sometimes if you put all variables in 7 Likert scale format, the thing you said, you may have bias in your research for your respondents. You can change, for example, some variables to 7 and some in 5 Likert scale. So this one reduces the level of bias for responses, because sometimes the people want to just make it easy and they put 3, 3, 3. But if you, for example, your attitude or like the intention, you put it in 5, so they have to change. Oh, this is so different. So you may, have a little bit limited bias on these things. This is just suggestion.
I think that's a good idea.
Can I make a really good comment here? Something with the question in my mind is, what do you mean by local food? Are these local menus, or is it just the ingredients? Because food is a very, very different thing. And having given some lectures on in MICE events in Singapore and other places, I can tell you for sure that food plays a very, very small role in a MICE event, okay? You're going to be very careful with food. We've been working with companies like CP and other companies on food. Food is difficult to export by any means. Food is a very personal thing that you get from your mother. That's it, yeah? As I told you, I worked in, you like hummus, right?
Hummus.
That's what you like. Because that's his mother gave him when he was young. It's very simple. I worked in Ethiopia, and they are putting money, lots of money, government money, on the effort to promote their own local food. I can't eat their own local food. And I've been going there for 10 years, okay? So what is this local food you're talking about? Are you just trying to make business? Then my suggestion is look at food as a different entity and research that before you go to MICE or hotels. Because MICE and hotels are in the neutral area. Because you don't know who's coming there. I can tell you for sure that in Pattaya, the population is quite different to the one in Chiang. Quite different. So why would you want to try and make such a huge research effort on something that has no marketing value? That's what I don't understand. Yeah? Do you want to promote food? You're going to find another way, but don't go to MICE and hotels, please. Those are neutral areas. That's where they're selling hamburgers, like your colleagues was ordering yesterday. I don't know, crazy guy. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a very good observation. I think the other thing you might think about when you source your data is whether you go to international chains versus local chains. Because I think you will find a very different perspective and understanding. Because now in the West, everything is about, this is a Western concept, everything is about bringing vegetables no more than 5 miles or 5 kilometers from where you serve it, okay? And Thailand's in a very good position because it's an agricultural economy to benefit from that. But the question is then, will people pay a premium price? Because the way it works in Europe is people pay a premium price if it's only brought by, a horse for 3-5 kilometers, but they pay a cheaper price if it's come from the other side of the country. So I think it's a bit of a Western concept, but I mean, I think it's an interesting question, but I think you need to tread carefully. You could collect a lot of data and you'd be sitting there thinking, so what? Yeah? Because Pattaya is full of burgers. Nobody wants Tom Yum soup in Pattaya. I'm just giving you a building on the point, because it's too spicy. You know, they're all Russians and God knows whatever people. Anyway, on that note, sorry, there's no Russians in the room, is there? We love Russia. Okay. Any other questions for this very exciting topic? Oh yeah, please.
I guess you can just, to simplify, only focus on Chiang Mai itself as a sample for the whole population, because Chiang Mai, lots of tourists, especially Chinese, come to Chiang Mai to try the local food. And there are the biggest night market, Saturday and Sundays are in Chiang Mai. So maybe, just I'm suggesting if you refocus only on the Chiang Mai province, it will be more easier for you, and also you will have a very good contributions in terms of the local food market and the factors which affect the intention of the people to buy and purchase local food.
I want to respond to your comment, can I? I think that since every year the business event, the MICE hosts in if I just focus in Chiang Mai, the sample size may be too late. Even though I send a lot of questionnaire, the reliable may be just very small, so I think it may be biased. So I want to.
So how many hotels in Chiang Mai do you know? You're collecting data from hotel managers, right?
Yeah.
So how many? I guess you can get enough response.
I cannot remember. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
So I think it will be good to collect the data from the MICE.
Yeah, of course you can. Generalize the whole population of whole Thailand. If you cover a couple of provinces, that will be difficult for you to collect data. That's why I'm just concerned.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes. Okay, I think it is good luck, because don't forget, hotel managers are busy people, and they will spend. You will spend months developing this instrument and this questionnaire to take out bias, and they will spend 3 to 5 minutes filling it in very quickly. You will see it, and I would encourage you to ask for subjective comments, because whatever you say about data, and you can have as many algorithms as you like, the subjective comments are the most important thing that people relate to. Large data sets giving you, 80% of people in Pattaya eat burgers. I can tell you now that's probably what's going to respond. The subjective comments are the key. I think you should also ask about price, Because ultimately, if you want fresh, local, there should be a price difference between regional or out of state. Okay? All right, very interesting debate. So thank you for that. And thank you. This is the last session for the day. A round of applause. We'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully.